No. Okay. Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Namaskar, and a very warm welcome to everyone here today for the 6th edition of the ISC-FICCI Sanitation Awards and the India Sanitation Conclave 2022. Before I start, I'd just like to announce a couple of things. There have been some changes to the program, so please bear with us. As you are aware, the cabinet session starts today. So our two ministers, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji and Hardeep Singh Puri ji, will be coming. Hardeep Singh's video is there, so we will be showing that in case he's unable to make it. And Gajendra Singh ji will be coming in tomorrow, not today. So the agenda has changed to that extent. We also have the pleasure of welcoming Sanjeev Mehta, who is the current president of FICCI till the 31st of December. He has been a very, no? The 17th. 17th, all right. But he is very, he's very important for ISC in particular because we've had a long-standing relationship with Unilever. So thank you for coming today, sir. Right. So let me start then. I'm going to start with a quote of my favorite person, Mahatma Gandhi, and he said, "Conservation of national sanitation is Swaraj work, and it may not be postponed for a single day on any consideration whatsoever." This, unfortunately, may not have been the truth for us in the past, but I think since 2015, this has become a riding majority for the country, and that's very good to know. India was declared open defecation free in 2019, as we all know, and now, as we are nearing the deadline to achieve the SDG goals, and as the world takes stock of where the global community stands on SDG 6 targets, there is a clear realization of the following critical issues that need immediate and urgent focus. The first, demand for water is rising, owing to rapid population growth, urbanization, and increasing water needs from agriculture, industry, and energy sectors. Secondly, decades of misuse, poor management, over-extraction of groundwater, and contamination of fresh water supplies have exacerbated water stress. Thirdly, nearly 829,000 people die annually from diseases directly attributable to unsafe water, inadequate sanitation, and poor hygiene practices. So to reach universal access to drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene by 2030, the current rates of progress would need to increase fourfold. This is an absolutely unsurmountable task when we think about it today, but we keep trying, and the hope is always there that we will achieve something close to what we had originally planned to achieve as a global community as well as India. Now, India's own position vis-a-vis the SDG 6, while being significantly encouraging over the last 6 years, is also in need of urgent improvement. The UN Sustainable SDG Index report of 2019 places India at a rank of 115 out of 162 countries with an average score of 61% behind our partners in East Asia and South Asia. Their average scores, regional average scores, were around 65.7%. The reason for this has been attributed to our massive population and our geographical diversity, making implementation of policies a difficult task. With regard to SDG 6 in particular, India scores 55.6%, and with 7 years to go to 2030, indeed, we need to step up the pace. To discuss these and other related issues to the WASH agenda for India, I'm excited to welcome such an esteemed panel of guests to the 6th edition of the ISC-FICCI Sanitation Awards ceremony and the ISC Conclave for 2022. In their absence, we have been honored with the presence of Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Honorable Union Minister Jal Shakti, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, Honorable Union Minister Housing and Urban Affairs and Petroleum and Natural Gas, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Raghunath Anant Mashelkar, National Research Fellow and Jury Chair, ISC-FICCI Sanitation Awards, Ms. Vinny Mahajan, Secretary to Government of India, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Mr. Sunil Kumar, Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Panchayati Raj. Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, Past President FICCI and Chair, India Sanitation Coalition and FICCI Water Mission. Mr. Shubhrakant Panda, President-elect FICCI. Mr. Ravi Bhatnagar, Director, External Affairs and Partnerships, Reckitt Benckiser. Indian and global chiefs of corporates, representatives of the development partners, including Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UNICEF, USAID, Aga Khan Foundation, and other esteemed guests. Over the next 2 days, we will together celebrate, deliberate, share, and gain knowledge about the future of WASH. That is the title of this year's conclave. I hope that you will enjoy the discussions and take away learnings that will help advance the cause of WASH in India. I would now like to invite Dr. Shubhrakant Panda, President-elect FICCI, to talk about whether CSR investment in WASH would be the building block for market forces to influence the WASH agenda for India to achieve sustainability of Swachh Bharat. Mr. Panda was elected as the President-elect of FICCI on the 2nd of November and is currently serving as the Managing Director of the Indian Metal and Alloys and Ferroalloys Limited, which is the country's leading fully integrated producer of ferroalloys with captive mining and power generation. Mr. Shubhrakant Panda.
Can I close that? Dr. R.A. Mashalkar, National Research Professor and Chair, Jury Awards. Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, Chair, India Sanitation Coalition and Past President FICCI. Natasha Patel, CEO, India Sanitation Coalition, dignitaries of the dais, awardees, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be present here today on this occasion. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate the ISC Secretariat for bringing all of us together in this room for an in-person event. All our lives have obviously been disrupted by COVID, but fortunately that seems to be behind us. And I'm delighted to be here today to talk to you about water, sanitation and hygiene, which as you all know are very crucial to human health and well-being. In fact, WASH is not only a necessity, but its interlinkages with gender equity, with livelihoods, education, climate, etc., make it a prerequisite for creating resilient communities. And at one level, it is this resilience which has enabled us to overcome a once-in-a-century pandemic. And I think if there was ever an occasion where the importance of sanitation and hygiene was highlighted to us, it was in the past couple of years. The Government of India, as you would be aware, has undertaken multiple large-scale national initiatives such as the Swachh Bharat Mission, the National Water Mission, and the Waste to Wealth Mission as part of its commitment to effective waste and pollution management in India. And the India Sanitation Coalition at FICCI has been a front runner in its contribution towards both the Swachh Bharat Mission as well as Safe Wash, and I congratulate you for all the good work that has been done, and we are at FICCI are delighted to have you with us and work jointly in this important initiatives. So to talk about the role of private sector in sanitation, because I think it is again important that each one of us plays our own bit in taking this important agenda ahead. This is not something which can be left to just governments or corporates. I think each one of us in our own way have to contribute our bit. But if I were to look at the role of the private sector, according to the India Outlook CSR report of 2022, around 4,500 crores is spent every year on poverty alleviation, healthcare and WASH, which is roughly about 36% of the CSR funding, while specifically for SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation, the amount spent is around 421 crores. And while there is an increase of about 26% if we look at in CSR spending, if we look at the last 5 years, what is also unfortunately true is that private sector investment in urban sanitation has been extremely low and has mostly been through isolated CSR activities rather than something which is systemic and more engaged. And I think the primary reason for this is perhaps a lack of awareness regarding the underlying issues of sanitation that might not be visible immediately. I mean, if you talk about the iceberg syndrome where only the tip of the iceberg is visible, but really, the bulk of it is underwater. If I were to use that analogy, giving is apparently, looks like it is strongly linked to issues where tangible outcomes, which is the tip of the iceberg, is visible. Whereas when it comes to, so when it comes to wash, this is, this translates into building toilets, which has an immediate impact. It is visible at some level. That's what corporates would like to do. But philanthropic investments in the invisible part of the iceberg is what is important, because representing the underlying causes and systemic issues and addressing them is what will really bring about sustainable change. So, the tip of the iceberg is important, but I think it's equally important to, or more important perhaps, to address the systemic issues when it comes to an important subject like WASH. So, the role of CSR investment in WASH is of course vital to achieving SDG 6. And I think we live in an era where, particularly with in the context of India, there is rapid economic development, and urbanization has certainly increased the demand for sanitation. Getting CSR investment in a focused manner, in a manner which brings about sustainable change, it's basically going to be a building block for market forces to influence the agenda, which will ultimately lead to sustainability of the Swachh Bharat mission. Again, these are interventions which by itself have had a lot of impact, but I think the key on such important initiatives is to see that how can we make it sustainable and direct resources at the right areas to bring about change which is long lasting. The role of the private sector will clearly be not just funds, but to bring innovation and technology to bear, not to mention market experience in terms of good governance practices, etc. But I think there is clearly a need to shift from anecdotal feedback about the effectiveness of WASH interventions to a more robust, evidence-based and outcome-oriented approach. And in this, again, going back to the concept, to the point I made about the iceberg, it is not just building the infrastructure which is relevant, but I think bringing about awareness about the importance of WASH and why it is critical to focus on this. Otherwise, you will have infrastructure, and there are of course also anecdotal stories about how the infrastructure lies unused until you bring about behavioral change, until you bring about awareness of the importance of WASH. What is also, when we talk about the role of private sector, I think what is also important is to keep in mind that a few entities, a few corporates, and much as we appreciate what companies like HUL, Reckitt Benckiser, etc. have done, but it's not enough for a few entities to step forward and take it up. In order to have lasting impact, I think it is important to see, and I'm glad to see it happening, that companies are changing the perspective of WASH from a philanthropic intervention to more of a core business priority. If I were to talk a little bit about the scale and scope of work which needs to be done, according to a study by the World Bank, globally about 148 billion is required to be spent annually to reach SDG goals by 2030. But what is actually being spent is of the order of about 30 billion. A substantial sum, no doubt, but far short of what needs to be spent to bring about lasting change. So therefore, it is important to drive investment towards all aspects of the sanitation value chain, and especially so with a view to bring about safety of particularly the marginalized groups. And in this context, I must say that India is progressing in the right direction. I think no less a person than the Honorable Prime Minister, when he talks about the importance of hygiene, when he talks about making building toilets a priority, I think that really cascades through the governance mechanism. And particularly with the launch of phase 2 of the Swachh Bharat mission, the government has renewed its commitment to providing a conducive environment for private sector participation. And as I said, FICCI remains committed to the ISC, which brings multiple organizations on a common platform. And I certainly look forward to, as I was mentioning to Naina before I came on to speak, that During my tenure as president, I'd be happy to further prioritize it and give it a push to see that we make a greater impact. I'm delighted to learn that through a lighthouse initiative under the guidance of the Drinking Water and Sanitation Department of the Government of India, ISC has created a platform where corporates and development agencies are collaborating to create model villages across the country, where the existing solid and liquid waste management systems are improved and newer ones are built to attain and, more importantly, sustain the open defecation free status. I'd like to, before closing, commend Naina's passionate leadership of ISC and the effort put in by her team led by Dr. Natasha Patel to truly be making a difference. I think the important work that ISC does in acting as a conduit between the government and private sector is a much needed bridge in order to bring about lasting change. And I would certainly like to reiterate once again that FICCI and ISC will continue to work together, and we will look to award and reward the excellent work that is happening in the sector. My congratulations to all the winners of the FICCI, ISC-FICCI Sanitation Awards 2022 and the Rashid Kidwai Innovation and Sanitation Awards for their outstanding performance that has and will make a significant difference to society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panda, for highlighting the role of CSR investment in WASH. We now have a short video film, an address by Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, the Minister for Housing Affairs, Housing and Urban Affairs and Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. And he would like to address the audience on India's plan to reach its urban WASH agenda by 2030.
I'm glad to note that the Indian Sanitation Coalition at FICCI is hosting the India Sanitation Conclave 2022. I'm hopeful that this conclave will provide a platform for practitioners, administrators, and entrepreneurs to further promote innovation and best practices within the sanitation space in India. Since 2014, India has witnessed a transformative change in sanitation. Under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, cleanliness has become a foundational tenet in not just every government scheme, but also in the way of citizens' lives. The Swachh Bharat Mission Urban SBMU was the first large-scale program to instill the principle of Jan Bhagidari, thereby transforming a Sarkari scheme into a national Jan Andolan. Today, the social movement that the Swachh Bharat Mission initiated continues to grow. Every urban local body in the country has been declared ODF free. Over 96% of wards have attained 100% door-to-door collection of solid waste, and over 88% of the wards have also achieved 100% source segregation of waste. Soon, we will not just reach the target of 100% solid waste management, but also manage legacy waste in our urban areas. That is our next target, to make our cities and towns garbage-free in the Swachh Bharat Mission Urban 2.0. As we look forward to this next phase of urban India's sanitation journey, it is important to highlight the role that industry is playing in facilitating an inclusive and sustainable sanitation ecosystem. In the last few years, private sector participation has been one of the key drivers of innovations in waste management and circular economy in the country. It is imperative that the expertise and resources of the private sector are leveraged and even more closely in the second phase of the Swachh Bharat Mission, so that we can develop and implement scalable and efficient solutions for solid and liquid waste management. Over the years, the Indian Sanitation Coalition has been working towards building synergies between the government and industry, even as it has promoted best practices and innovations in sanitation. The coalition has done a commendable job in enabling an environment that is aligned with the Swachh Bharat mission. I congratulate the winners of the India Sanitation Coalition FICCI Sanitation Awards 2022, as well as the winners of the Rashid Kidwai Innovation in Sanitation Award. I look forward to hearing about the deliberations and ideas that this forum will produce in the pursuit of a cleaner and healthier India. Thank you.
I would now like to welcome our chair, Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, to deliver the keynote speech on the theme of Wash in the Future. Ms. Kidwai, as we all know, is a Padma Shri awardee, the first Indian woman to graduate from Harvard Business School, and is the brainchild behind establishing the India Sanitation Coalition at FICCI, along with her husband, the late Rashid Kidwai. The stage is all yours, Naina. Thank you.
So good morning to all of you. It is such a pleasure to meet in a forum where we can connect physically, having held this same event virtually over the last couple of years. While we will miss the ministers this morning, as Natasha has already mentioned, Minister Shekhawatji will come tomorrow, and all of you know he has been here with us for the last 3 years in succession. He doesn't like to do recording messages, promises that he wants to come and engage, and he will, I'm sure, come tomorrow. And likewise, as you heard from Hardeep Singh Puri, he has been a great supporter of ours over the years. So I have no doubt that we have their support in taking this important agenda forward. Dr. Mashelkar needs no introduction to any or all of you who are in the sanitation and water agenda and indeed understand innovation in India. He has chaired our jury from the outset and, dare I say, has therefore ensured that the standard we have set and the winners we have picked year to year have stood steadfast in the fields in which they have excelled, and each one has gone on to become larger, more scaled, more effective, because he and the jury that he pulled together with us have indeed selected the right winners. So Dr. Mashelkar, delighted that you have flown in to be with us today and are here to indeed give out the awards as well. My good friend Subrakant Panda, it's no surprise that he comes from Orissa, and as many of you know, that is a state that has progressed amazingly well in the sanitation and indeed water agendas. We are fortunate to have him as our president-elect at FICCI, and he was just reassuring me that anything we need in sanitation, not just from the India Sanitation Coalition, but for any of you, he is there to support it. I'm sure none of you are in any doubt as to the role that Sanjeev Mehta plays. He's had to rush off, but he did come to basically, again, reassure all of us that he, as president of FICCI, even now, is also very much with us on this agenda. And all of you awardees are delighted that you can be with us today, delighted that we will have a chance to interact through the day. Our sponsors and indeed members of our steering committee, we have with us Ravi Bhatnagar, who is a live wire as far as we are concerned at the India Sanitation Coalition, representing Rekit Benkaiser, who is one of our key sponsors yet again at this event. Other steering committee members who are here with us, Manoj, Neeraj, Ishan Raina, we have many of you who are with us through the day. And our development partners, always well represented through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UNICEF, WaterAid India, USAID, IRC WASH, Water.org, Water for People, the Aga Khan Foundation, and others. Delighted that you can all be with us today. So let me start by saying that one of the silver linings of COVID was indeed the boost it gave at least one of our agendas in sanitation, which was the whole WASH agenda. I do believe that if we had not embarked on this whole hand washing and wash and indeed cleaning the environment agenda, COVID may have been that much harder for the nation to embrace. And the whole aspect of the reaching out, the education to children, to village communities in the area of WASH was very helpful as we entered the pandemic. Safely managed sanitation remains essential for protecting the health of individuals. And we struggle in sanitation to make people understand that sanitation is not a vertical. Sanitation is a horizontal that cuts through health, because SDGs on health are not possible without sanitation. We need sanitation for not just the health of the community, but through education, we are able to indeed ensure that children understand the importance of sanitation. So wherever you look, if it's sanitation in schools, it's sanitation as education, it's sanitation for health, sanitation and skilling, we have in fact helped corporates understand that they don't have to tell us they only support skilling, but in supporting skilling, they can also support skilling for sanitation. And I think it is these messages, which were very hard at the outset, which enabled us, our team, to pull in more and more players from the private sector who initially were hesitant to enter a field like sanitation, which they did not understand or embrace at the outset. We are fortunate that we are able today to boast of a number of private sector partnerships that we have helped establish, and indeed to work with several others who have promised and committed to come forward in this field. So looking at our rural agendas here, the mission itself, the Swachh Bharat mission, you well know, has gone past phase 1 into a phase where it aims to sustain the ODF status of villages. And believe me, that is necessary. I don't have to tell you that if we stop today, things slip. It's so important that we continue the good work by continuing to push everything that we have done. And we have to improve the levels of cleanliness through solid and liquid waste management, and to make these villages ODF++, to also now enter the cleaning of the villages, including plastic waste management. So these are all areas that we are looking at as we go forward at the India Sanitation Coalition. A village that sustains its ODF status has arrangements both for solid and liquid waste management, observes visual cleanliness, that is minimal litter, minimal stagnant wastewater, no plastic waste dump in public places, and displays ODF plus IEC messages, which is really now the model going forward. So it is now part of our agenda at the India Sanitation Coalition to embrace the whole plastic waste management space. We are new in this area. We would encourage you to be part of this journey. You will hear some of that discussion and dialogue through the next 2 days, and your participation is what is going to help guide us in what we do in these spaces. It is an area which I don't have to tell you is a visual disgrace in our country. We do have to hang our heads in shame in terms of how we do this waste management, particularly litter and plastic. The intent and design of this program is ultimately to ensure that we can have what has been aligned in the intent and design of the Lighthouse Initiative, which you'll hear more about later, LHI. And that model, we have representatives here from companies that have signed up for it, who will inform you what is happening in the Lighthouse Initiative for rural India. And the key objective of this Lighthouse Initiative is to create these model Gram Panchayats, the GPs, that would act as a lighthouse for other GPs in terms of local planning for solid liquid waste management, implementation of innovative technologies and approaches, and indeed the convergence of funds, the Swachh Bharat 15th Finance Commission, NREGA, corporate funding, and ensuring that there is effective utilization of resources in achieving this ODF plus mission. And I think while we embrace this, the Lighthouse Initiative to me was amazing that we had the ministry reach out to us to say, help us get this off the ground at the India Sanitation Coalition. Help us get this off the ground. We don't need the money from the corporates. We want the corporates to come in to help ensure that the funds that we have are well spent and to partner us in effective implementation. And this has got to be a first, where the ministry recognizes the role of the private sector in implementation. And I have to say that the private sector companies we approached for that first round were, I think, a little surprised that we weren't out there with a begging bowl, but were there asking them for the skills they brought in terms of project implementation. And the first few to come forward, many of whom are amongst us today, are ITC, who indeed has 36 of the 71st 75 GPs. So thank you for what you're doing there. The HCL Foundation, Tata Trust, Ambuja Cement, JSW Foundation, Nayara Energy, JSW, Jindal Steel and Power, and a host of others in the wings. So we do have, I think, 75 GPs signed up, but those are only the first 75. And these are distributed over 15 states, and these large corporate houses are involved in implementing this under the India Sanitation Coalition's oversight. So I won't go any deeper into the LHI, but I would urge you all to listen in on that session. Ms. Vinnie Mahajan, Secretary of the DDWS, the Drinking Water and Sanitation Ministry, will be leading this discussion tomorrow. Because for every one of us who works in sanitation, whether corporate or indeed on the ground or not-for-profit, there is a role in this LHI initiative as we go forward, because the work is with state mission directors, and indeed the private sector is central to driving it. And I would also very much like to mention two other initiatives which become a game changer. That is the SSG 2023, which is the Swachh Sarvekshan Gramin 2023. It was started in 2018. It is an annual exercise through an independent survey agencies to assess the status of implementation of SBM Gramin. And I think it is that measurement which is important for us to ensure that promises made are promises delivered. The other big one is retrofitting in toilet infrastructure. It's a very important part of what is required. All single pit toilets to twin pits, particularly with that Y-junction chamber, retrofitting of septic tanks with air vents, soak pits, creating related awareness for the safe management of fecal sludge by employing on-site and in-situ technologies. This retrofitting campaign is currently underway and promises to really achieve tangible results. And again, a very important part of making sure that a very successful Swachh Bharat mission phase 1 continues its success by ensuring that people get the infrastructure they need at the grassroots level. And the urban mission, again important. You heard about some of the achievements from the minister. Again, an area where I'm happy to share that over 1,000, in fact 1,062 cities have already been certified as ODF++. And I can tell you, for those of you who've been into Madhya Pradesh, been to Indore, been to some of the cities which are right up there, the pride that the citizens take in the way their cities have cleaned up is amazing. If you drop a piece of plastic, I experimented with this, in Indore, the chances are someone will come pick it up and someone else will come give you a lecture on how it's best that you use the dustbin, which is not very far from where you were standing. So it is this pride that we need to instill in each one of our citizens, in our communities, to ensure that this ODF++ status is, yes, at one level achieved, but then also maintained. And as we move forward in looking at some of these programs, I also want to share with you that we look at WASH in the future at the India Sanitation Coalition. We do not give up on our past agendas as we move forward into the new. And ISC's annual knowledge series called Business of Change has in fact covered two key components of SBM2, and it captures the success stories both from rural and urban spaces of sanitation in India. And you will see how we, with our compendiums, with our knowledge publications, spearheaded and headed by one of our long-standing members of the group, Sanjeev here, who many of you know, is indeed a very important part of the knowledge that we indeed document and then disseminate through the country. But I'm not going to reveal everything about this now, because Mr. Parmeshwar Iyer, who spearheaded India's ODF journey between 2014 and 19, and now CEO Niti Aayog, will unveil this tomorrow. The awards, a very critical part of today, important because we not only felicitate those that have achieved, but also in doing that, demonstrate what is possible and hopefully create the path for others to follow. That if you can succeed, there are others who can succeed like you, but even more important, learn from you and take those agendas forward. I'm indeed grateful to Dr. Mashelkar for all that he does with us and the commitment and dedication he shows and has shown from the outset, when frankly sanitation was not so sexy, to recognize that this is an important area for us to take forward. We have instituted now the RAKIS, the Rashid Kidwai Awards for Innovation in Sanitation in 2022. We have the support for the first award from Rekit Benkaiser, and these awards are in the memory of my late husband, who founded and guided the India Sanitation Coalition and well known to many of you. His years of experience in the not-for-profit sector are indeed what would help guide not just me, but India Sanitation Coalition, in terms of the experience he had of working with the not-for-profit sector, with SEWA, and bringing in collaborations with the private sector. So working of NGOs and the corporate sector are not an easy journey for either, and the frustrations on both sides have to be recognized. But when they work, magic happens. And that's what we are looking to do here at the India Sanitation Coalition. And indeed, was the journey which one of the most amazing people in our country, Elaben Bhatt of SEWA, started on, when she at SEWA reached out to Rashid and said, I know that the journey we have cannot be fulfilled if we cannot work with the private sector. And in her memory, in her honor, she passed away only very recently. I do hope that we can continue the good work under the Rashid Kidwai Awards for Innovation and Sanitation. My colleague Natasha, colleague of many years from HSBC, now as CEO of the India Sanitation Coalition, absolute live wire, as I'm sure you will see, is a very important part of this journey. And I'm so delighted that she can lead this wonderful team we have here in achieving all of this. So we have had a hand hygiene hackathon. It fortunately existed before COVID in terms of the hand hygiene journey. And this year we collaborated with UNICEF to identify and promote innovative hand washing stations and management systems. We recognized and rewarded 5 innovative hand washing stations, piloted them in 10 different geographies in the country. And I believe such projects must be undertaken more often, as education alone is not enough to sustain hand washing habits. We need to have investments in the innovations and infrastructure that are required therein to ensure that hand washing behavior can indeed continue. In the advocacy, branding, and communications area, I hope all of you have seen how active we are on social media and also through traditional media, whether television or print. So thank you to the team that has ensured that the messaging around sanitation continues to be very much there. We all write articles, we all speak about the subject, but every one of you here in the room must be an ambassador for this, and we would like to help you with that journey as well. The whole private sector engagement, we looked beyond pure sanitation, looking at wastewater and ensuring that water body rejuvenation also was part of this exercise. The new areas, plastic waste management, we continue to work with various partners to develop an area-based plastic waste management program, looking at local communities and municipalities in the area. And the aim is to build prototypes customized for communities involved in the first mapping of baseline and then designing a streamlined system for plastic waste. I fear, as usual, we work in verticals. So we will pride ourselves on segregation, but little attention is given to where the segregated waste goes. There's no point if by the fourth period of the municipality's engagement, it's all getting mixed up again. And that indeed is happening. So we have to work to ensure the streamlining actually works where the collection to end result is there. And the end result has to be about also bringing in the value of where that waste lies. I've just come back from a very interesting bunch of board meetings, in fact, in the USA, where the chain of how waste is used and plastic is being used for energy is evident. The collection mechanisms for that plastic to use it in the cement industry is already in place in India. How to transport plastic becomes the issue, because there's a limit beyond it doesn't make sense to be having trucks moving plastic. So where we locate our segregation centers, where we locate our plants, how industry can work together with municipalities to ensure that what is rich material, whether it can go into making or recycling PET bottles on the one side, or on the other to create energy in the cement industry, we need to streamline this thinking in a circular way. And the solutions exist. We don't have to be space scientists to figure this one out. These are working in many parts of the world, and we do have a few examples in the country as well. It is really a case of ensuring that we can replicate these successes in the country. A second area, which is a continuation of what we have been doing, is the betterment of the sanitation worker. We have given awards in the past. I know we have Gen Robotics here with us yet again today, who are our awardees working to ensure that the life of the sanitation worker is a better, cleaner space. And this will continue to be work that we do, and it is also, fortunately, a partnership with the ministry, MAUA, and NGOs working together. And the third area, so plastic waste, sanitation workers, and the third area is what we're calling the technology collaborative. The objective of proposed technology that can create an ecosystem for all parties working together, solving water and sanitation challenges that face the country. These new awards we've instituted in the Rashid Kidwai Innovation Awards are part of that initiative. And we won't just, and it's not just an award, there's hand-holding, there is funding to ensure that our awardee can work with mentors to scale up and take that particular technology forward. So we are here as much to deliberate on past successes as to refresh our knowledge, and even more important, to inform our journey going forward. So please use this time to help direct that journey, to share your knowledge, and let's do whatever is required to correct where we are to move forward in these important agendas, often in areas where we are all new, where we all have a little bit to learn and a little bit to redirect. And in that spirit, as we look at this journey going forward, whether you be a startup or an awardee or a corporate or someone who has been at the forefront of this journey, as many of you are and have been, I would really just say thank you for being here with us to help us in this journey of learning and knowledge participation as we go ahead. And welcome again to an important 2 days of deliberations. Thank you.
Right, so thanks, Nena. As always, very, very insightful and extremely inspiring. Our next segment is the release of the ISC annual publication, The Accolade. The Accolade is an annual publication of ISC-FICCI that commemorates the ISC-FICCI Sanitation Awards by providing a brief profile of the winners, including a summary of their contributions to the sector, based on which their nominations were considered for the awards. I would like to now invite Dr. Mashelkar, if you can just come down there, sir, and Nena to do the honors and release the accolade along with Mr. Shubhakant Panda. Yes. So in keeping with saving the trees, we are also, this accolade is going to be available in soft copy for anybody that wants to go to our website and download it. We have a certain number of hard copies that we printed for our friends in the ministry who necessarily need to have it. But for everyone else, I do hope you can download our copy from the website. Yeah. And now, without wasting too much time, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar, National Research Fellow and Chair of the ISC-FICCI Sanitation Awards, to share his thoughts on the awards and the way forward. All I would like to say is Dr. Mashelkar has been with us right from the inception of these awards. He's been untiring in terms of educating us and in showing us exactly how transparent these awards should be. So everyone who is felicitated here today will actually take away a piece of completely transparent, jury work that has been done in terms of getting these awards out. So thank you, Doctor. Come. Come, sir.
Mrs. Nainalal Kidwai, may I say the one and only Mrs. Nainalal Kidwai. You know, smiles and claps don't cost anything. So when you want to give them in abundance. Let's be generous. Thank you very much. Mr. Shubhakant Panda, my heartiest congratulations on taking over the presidency of a great organization with which I had a very close relation for several decades. And Natasha, the live wire that you sort of referred to, the proud awardees, or maybe I should correct myself, the awardees who have done us proud. So thank you for being with us. And ladies and gentlemen, let me begin, Naina, by thanking you. We wouldn't be here but for your amazing commitment to a great purpose, a national purpose, which you pursued with great perseverance and with great passion. I think purpose, perseverance and passion matter. The big purpose, but perseverance, they always say it is too early to give up. Winners are never quitters, quitters are never winners. And you have done it with passion. And of course, most important is your compassion, your empathy for this particular purpose. So we all want to thank you for being what you are and for having done what you have. Yes, you are right. You had so much trust in me that you wanted me to chair this particular committee. So for 6 years, I've been doing it, and it has been a fabulous experience. Every meeting when we finish, we go out feeling proud about India, proud about what you are able to actually do. You know, my introduction to sanitation came in a very interesting way. When our Honorable Prime Minister announced the very idea of Swachh Bharat, after that, the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation created a committee under my chairmanship to select the best drinking water and sanitation technology from all around the world. And I remember that became later on a standing committee, and it was a very interesting experience. And I wanted to, you know, the challenge with the scientist is we strive for rigor somehow or the other. So we wanted a rigorous process, and we created actually a rigorous process by creating a framework that I will talk to you in a little while, which is now widespread across the country for various awards and for various other purposes. But I think the important part that our Honorable Prime Minister did was actually stirring what I... You want something?
No, sir, it's fine.
Oh, you're sure. By stirring what I would like to call as a Jana Andolan. In a sense, there was a great movement, so as to say. And also he did something else. You know, I have a book called Leapfrogging to Pole Vaulting, Creating Radical Yet Sustainable Transformation. And in that book, what we argue, me and Ravi Pandit, is that leapfrogging is fine. You jump a few feet, the frog jumps a few feet because he's afraid of the predator. But should we be doing that, or should we be pole vaulting? The size of the pole is the size of your aspiration. And the idea is that India should not just be a follower, not fast follower, not a leader, not a leapfrogger, but a pole vaulter, achieving big targets very fast. And so when we say that by 2019 we'll be open defecation free, that's a big target, because what you have not been able to do in 75 years, you want to do in 5 years, so as to say. And we achieved that, as Naina very sort of proudly mentioned. So that pole vaulting is a phenomenon that is taking place in India. I want to emphasize that. You see, for example, in 2017, we were 156th in mobile data consumption. We pole vaulted, not leapfrog to 100, we pole vaulted to number 1. If you see LEDs, light emitting diodes, right, from 0.2% to 88% market share in 7 years, that's a world record, by doing demand aggregation. If you see startups, for example, until 2016 and 17, we had 1 unicorn per year. In 2021, we had 1 unicorn almost per week, because we had 42. You know, digital payments and so on and so forth. So I think the basic issue is acceleration. not just growth, inclusive growth, accelerated inclusive growth. And so all the programs that we talk about, as a matter of fact, how do we bring that acceleration? That is where innovation comes in a big way. And I'm grateful to you, Naina, for not only starting these awards, but giving great emphasis on innovation. And Rashid Bhai is no more, unfortunately. I mean, one of the finest human beings that I have met in my life, and I'm very happy that in his name now we have created these innovation awards. And it is amazing when you see the awardees, what kind of work that they have been able to do. So the main point I want to make is the new spirit of India in pole vaulting, and that has to be in practically all the areas that we talk about. I'm very happy, Naina, you talked about plastic waste. Marico Innovation Foundation, as you know, I've been the chairman for the last 18 years of that, and we have created, I have stepped down now, Amit Chandra has taken over. We have created a report which will shortly release. It has to do with exactly the topic that you talked about, and the role of innovation in that. And there are amazing ideas for accelerating and moving forward. We don't have time at our hand. We have to sort of move fast. So that's very important. There are two other important points I want to make. You know, as we talked about WASH, of course, and we had been talking about only open defecation, but now we talk about its sustainability, achieving open defecation free plus status, or double plus, to quote you, solid waste management, used water management, host of other related things. And these are the awards now that have been sort of focused on that. There are 2 points. If we just look at some of the awardees that we have had in the past, and some I'm more familiar with than others. Rashid is somewhere here in the audience. He won the, I mean, their team won the award for Bandicoot. You know, where did it come from? It's very interesting. First of all, I'm very happy that they were undergraduate college students who did the analysis. We always think big national labs, IITs, etc. will do. No, sorry. You know, young people, what is important is innovation, compassion and passion. They had it all. First lesson. The second is, they asked a fundamental question. They said manhole is a very bad term. Why a man should be in the hole? Machine should be in the hole. All right? That's second. But the third thing that they did, having created those robots, was to say, what will happen to those manual scavengers? What about their roji roti? And what did they do? They trained them as robo operators. Today they are in 17 states, and 3,000 of such manual scavengers have been trained as robo operators. Think about it. This is access to dignity. Why? Because if that manual scavenger's child was in a school and somebody had asked, what does your father do? They would have put their head down and say, manual scavenger. Today if they are asked, what will they say? My father is a robo operator. Access to dignity. So Naina, it is about social transformation. When we look at all this and the role of technology, and a lot of things are coming. Automation is coming, IoT is coming, and so on and so forth. At the back end, this is very important. And one more point I'd like to say. Finally, we are dealing with human beings. Science is important, but social science is equally important. So social behavior is important. And therefore, in fact, I remember when my committee was formed under my chairmanship, I saw they were all technologists. I said, nothing doing. We have to get social scientists. And we got social scientists involved. And the role of social science, I will just narrate a small story to you. I was talking to Nilima Mishra, the Magsaysay Award winner. As you know, she came from a very poor family from a backward district in Maharashtra. And she told me something interesting, because I was interested. Once I became the chairman, I visited villages to see sort of what's happening and so on and so forth. She told me something interesting. She said there was a village where there were toilets, good toilets, there was water, but women will not go there and use that. So she wondered, she got a social scientist involved. What's happening? They found that these women used to do the things collectively before the sun rose and darkness. And why? Because that was the time for their social interaction. That's the time they could talk about their mother-in-law or whatever, or a child which doesn't study, or a husband or whatever. That interaction was missing. So what she did was very interesting. She created semicircular row of toilets, where everything above this was open. So they could see each other as well as converse. You know, this is innovation, Indian innovation. But the social part, more seriously the social part, this is not to entertain you, this is to tell you about how important the social behavior is. So we have to sort of integrate these. I think that's extremely sort of important. Coming back to the awards, I would say I was just going to mention to you the kind of framework we use. Because when I was writing this book on pole vaulting, somebody said, how do you make sure that when you pole vault, you don't break your back? So chapter 3 in the book, by the way, is giving a framework by which your innovation is such that you are assured success. And it is called assured framework. What is that? These are the fundamentals: affordability, scalability, sustainability, user friendliness, rapidity, the speed at which you do things, basically. Excellence in terms of the kind of technology that you use or innovation that you use. And finally, distinctive, not me too. These are the factors. So all of you who have won these particular awards have gone through the, and this is being used, by the way, by the ministry. If you go to Jal Shakti ministry, this thing, you will find that, because this is a sort of analysis that is not just qualitative, it is not perception based. You have to start putting numbers, like affordability that you talked about. The moment you talk about retrofitting, you know, the cost comes in, and the reduction of costs and so on and so forth. So all these factors. So these are very rigorous matrix, and that depends upon the business you are in, on what you are looking at. Startups use it for a different purpose, investors use it for different purpose. TCS, Tata Consultancy Services, use assured framework for different purpose. And here for this, it is being used in a different way. So I assure you that you, the award winners, you know, are ones who have gone through this sort of rigor, and that makes me very, very proud. So I am very proud about these awards. For last 6 years, we have kept on improving. This is a completely transparent process. I must thank my fantastic jury. They are absolutely unbelievable. In fact, the last meeting, we had some 9 hours, Sanjeev, continuous, I know. But none of them were tired and sort of fatigued. So I feel very proud. I want to thank you, Naina, again for giving me this opportunity. I must thank Natasha for the great leadership that you are giving, Sanjeev, Mithali, all of you. I really appreciate. There is a huge amount of hard work that is done. So there are some very special moments in one's life. You know, one feels proud, one feels truly honored. This is one of these moments, and thank you for gifting it to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As always, it's really inspiring to hear you speak. And now we come to the segment that is much awaited every year by the sector, and that is the award ceremony itself. Right. So the India Sanitation Coalition FICCI Awards 2022 has arrived with a new sense of enthusiasm, passion and zeal to celebrate the leaders, rising stars and organizations who are driving growth in the sanitation sector for achieving a cleaner, healthier, safer, happier and a gender-equal India. After 2 years of pandemic, we are finally back offline and I'm happy to see so many people, facilitators and institutions working hard with a defined objective of bringing change in the sector across the country. The annual ISC-FICCI Sanitation Awards was set up 6 years ago to reward the quality of innovative work done for people in India, covering both sanitation products and services. And I'm glad that over the years, ISC-FICCI have recognized and awarded around 100 institutions and individuals for their contribution to the sanitation value chain. Indeed, as evidenced by the undeniable success of these awards through their past 5 editions, I can say with utmost confidence that the movement has come of age. Ladies and gentlemen, let all of us give a big round of applause to those who have achieved that distinction this year. As I said earlier, and as Dr. Mashelkar was also telling you, 9 hours, definitely very hard fought by all the jury members. The contest was very close, and the jury had a tough time deciding the winners, thanks to the rigorous adjudication framework and the criteria applied by them. It gives me immense pleasure to announce the winners for each category. May I request Ms. Kidwai, Mr. Panda, and Dr. Mashelkar to please present the awards. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to announce the category for the award. I'll give you a little bit of a brief on the organization itself, and then we will move to the next category. So we'll start with category 2, because unfortunately category 1, the awardee is not yet here. So category 2, which is the best non-profit engagement model in sanitation, urban and rural. First, I'll present the rural category. Now, this organization aimed at providing access to safe toilet facilities to the villagers and eradicating open defecation by retrofitting the damaged and defunct existing toilets in the Ramnad block of Ramnad district. Their main partner in this initiative was the NSC Foundation. Post-implementation of this initiative, more than 16,000 people have started to use the retrofitted toilets. Moreover, an average of 36,400 students and staff started using the retrofitted school toilets, and 10,000 users started using the integrated women's sanitary complexes, which were also repaired. Presenting Gramalaya for its unrelenting efforts to take this initiative to heights. While the achievements of the winner are insurmountable, as I was saying, while the achievements of the winner are insurmountable, we have another organization in the urban category that has been recognized for its goal to use current metropolitan infrastructure and services to help rural communities with fecal sludge management and plastic waste management. In collaboration with UNICEF, this project seeks to serve as a model for urban-rural convergence in Odisha and other states. Its efforts benefited the rural population in the marked GPs by providing access to desludging services, waste transportation, waste treatment, as well as reducing pollution and health concerns connected with improper fecal waste management. Due to the project's scalability and replication potential, rural populations in other districts of Odisha and India at large will benefit in the medium to long term. A big round of applause for the Center for Policy Research, India. Now, moving to our next category, number 3, Best Communication in Sanitation, Traditional and Digital. Presenting for the traditional category, this institution was successful in raising awareness among students about environmental cleanliness, personal hygiene, and waste management. Their initiatives include organizing competitions on cleanliness and sanitation topics, Swachhta Pledge, Fit India Pledge, Yoga Pledge, and Green Pledge. Wow. With more than 10,000 students and instructors to raise awareness and have been receiving the first rank in the Swachhta surveys conducted by the Nagar Nigam Roorkee since 2018. Let's give a big round of applause to Kendriya Vidyalaya number 1 Roorkee. In the digital category, we have an organization with a Misal for communication in sanitation. This 9-episode film is based on the real-life experiences of the Misal program, depicts how members of a community organize a committee to effectively connect with their ULB, and how this can help in building community toilet, design the toilet with community input, and have the SHG in the area take over its operation and maintenance. This film has also been supported by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, with whose help it was uploaded on major sites like YouTube and is being utilized in various programs to help people understand how collectivism can lead to change. Bringing us to the winner of this category, Urban Management Center, for its initiative Misal. Can we have a big round of applause for them as well? Always appreciative of the good work and motivating institutions to escalate efforts to ensure safe and sustainable sanitation, the jury decided to recognize the efforts of our next category, number 4, Best Innovative Financial Accessibility Model for WASH, large financial institutions, microfinance institutions, banks, and government financial institutions. Now, this entity was launched in 2009 to boost low-income Indians' access to financing for sanitation loans. This organization offers bulk loans to its microfinance institutional partners across India so that they may deliver individual sanitation loans to their consumers. The project has led to providing loans for 90,000 plus toilets, plus water loans, and grants of around 2.5 crores across 10 states, 62 districts, and 15,000 villages, with women receiving 99% of the sanitation loans. I think this deserves a big round of applause. The organization Friends of Women's World Banking India. Right, moving to our next category, number 5, Best Fecal Sludge and Septage Management Model. Working on infrastructure development, inclusive sanitation, community-led demand generation, this initiative's main goal was on developing a citywide, inclusive, and long-term FSSM program that addressed all areas of the value chain. Use of DWAT's biological treatment technology ensured that the operation and management of its SETPs was cost-effective. Mission Shakti Women SHG members are managing and maintaining one of the plants and have now started getting a steady source of income. A big round of applause for Bhubaneswar Municipal Corporation, the winner of the Best Fecal Sludge and Septage Management Model. Our next category, number 6, is a special recognition award for the government, urban and rural. This goes to the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which have a total of 189 villages in this UT, and all of them have been declared as ODF+. Moreover, all these 189 villages have access to both solid and liquid waste management systems, which is incredible. I feel really bad about it now because we won't be getting a chance to go there to actually help them. But that's a fantastic win. Besides a total of 22,436 individual household latrines, they have been constructed since 2014 with a financial incentive of rupees 22,022 crores from the government. 22.22 crores, sorry, from the government. Besides, there is a 100% door-to-door collection system of municipal solid waste from all of the 24 wards. And additionally, 87% of the total waste produced is processed. The UT is ranked first among the states and UTs having the highest number of ODF plus model villages as reported by DDWS IMIS. Do we have anyone here from the UT to receive the award? They're not there? Okay, but I think it's an amazing achievement, so please. Our next category is number 7, Best Engagement Model in Sanitation by a Social Enterprise Startup. Now, this organization is India's first ODF++ compliant, free-to-use Swachh Telangana public toilet startup under the public-private partnership in Hyderabad, made using refurbished shipping containers, having luxurious free-to-use toilets for men and women and the differently abled. It has a retail stroke ATM and an attached cafe in the remaining space with the facility of free Wi-Fi. That is truly incredible. Their technology is based on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things, and it transmits stink smell levels, energy, and user data to a 24/7 central command center, providing safe, clean, and hygienic washrooms for all users. 1 lakh users have used this facility directly. Besides, they are developing an off-grid model that will recycle wastewater and turn urine into fertilizer and turn fecal matter into green manure, reducing the pressure on the current sewage systems and actually leaving no waste behind. Presenting Lou Cafe, the winner of this category. Moving to our next category, number 8, Best Skilling Initiative in Sanitation. Launched in 2020 in Jaipur, this initiative works on bridging skill gaps and engaging women in the sanitation value chain. The engagement of the corporate sector, the ATA Group, through CSR projects, as well as backing from international organizations like UNICEF and UNDP, have considerably aided the district administration's attempts to engage WSHGs through skilling in rural sanitation. Over 2,500 women SHG members, 2,546 households through door-to-door collection of waste, 500 women SHGs under driving training from door-to-door waste collection, 89 WSHGs through composting and packaging training, 35 women through training on plastic usage, and 400 sanitation workers have benefited directly. The entire effort resulted in making Jaipur the only district in the state to have received ODF Plus accreditation for both rural and urban regions. A big round of applause for District Administration, Jaipur. Moving to the next category, number 9, excellence on work for upliftment of sanitation workers. This organization provided extensive training on upskilling, PPE, medical camp training, desludging, wastewater treatment to 1,000 sanitation workers of Greater Mumbai Municipal Corporation and the Pune Municipal Corporation. 3 joint liability groups were formed in Maharashtra, specializing in mechanized septic tank cleaning. The program has reduced the awareness and knowledge gap among the vulnerable sanitation worker community. Please give a big round of applause to CAM Foundation. Right, so I hear that the winner of our category 1 is already there in the audience, so I'd like to announce this award first. Category 1, Corporate Initiative in Sanitation, CSR, Small and Large. This organization started its corporate responsibility initiative, Toilets Change Lives, with the aim to provide safe workspace sanitation for women and ensuring their safety, dignity, increased job participation, and high productivity. Impacting 3 lakh working women across Maharashtra and Delhi NCR, the initiative aided in ensuring that women have safe and dignified access to sanitary facilities, thereby helping to reduce the number of ailments and infections that previously prompted women to leave their jobs. Presenting special jury mention in this segment, Kimberly Clark Professional. A big round of applause for them. Right, and now coming to the end of this, the end of this session for the last award, and frankly the one that I enjoy the most, which is something that we instituted last year, category 10, which is the Women Changemakers in Sanitation Award. So I'm going to just first talk a little bit about the awardees. Working as part of Mission Shakti and a member of the self-help group trained in solid waste management and fecal sludge management in Odisha, this changemaker not only undertook several campaigns on sanitation, but has also become a key idol for other Swachh Sathis. In addition to extensively advocating in her own ward, she has coordinated over 150 IEC campaigns on solid waste segregation in other wards. All 600 families where she was assigned the job of overseeing cleanliness, SWM and FSM, are methodically disposing of segregated waste, which is then safely transported to the micro-composting center and material recovery facility to be transformed to organic manure or recycled thanks to her tireless work. As part of regular IEC campaigns, she has been able to indirectly reach 1.2 lakh population in 30 wards of Bhadrak. This concept has not only improved women and other disadvantaged groups' livelihood chances, but it has also empowered them and produced an inclusive sanitation paradigm. A big round of applause for the efforts of Ms. Sasmita Barik. Right. As I said, the competition was close, and that's evident from the fact that I'm still announcing awardees in this segment. Presenting the next winner in this category, CAM Foundation, under the leadership of our next awardee in the same category, started a program to provide extensive training to 1,000 sanitation workers of the Greater Mumbai Municipal Corporation and the Pune Municipal Corporation. Trainings were conducted on upskilling, PPE, medical camp training, desludging, and wastewater treatment. Presenting Dr. Smita Singh, who besides ensuring a sustainable livelihood, is she here? Yes, yes. In sanitation for daily wage workers and providing septic tank cleaners, became a lead trainer for all the training sessions conducted by WASH and CFAR in multiple locations in Orissa, a second from Orissa, UP and Maharashtra. Dr. Singh has been instrumental in the formation of 3 JLGs in Maharashtra, specializing in mechanized septic tank cleaning, thereby touching the lives of 10 families and 50 family members. And we have one more change maker I want to talk about. Now, this person has worked on a project which is a menstrual health solutions provider with a strong focus on underserved and vulnerable populations. This project provides a systematic solution that focuses on giving access to reusable pads, awareness modules, and employs village-level women entrepreneurs who serve as project ambassadors and salesmen, generating income for both themselves and the organization. Selling these pads in the neighborhood earns women an extra 5,000 to 7,000 rupees per month on an average. Presenting Soumya Dabriwal from Project Bala, the Changemaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for all our winners. Big round of applause. I would like to thank you all for your unrelenting efforts and for setting an example for others in the sanitation space. We appreciate your work, working progressively towards achieving the objectives of SPM and ensuring a safe and sustainable sanitation environment. We now come to the Rashid Kidwai Awards.
Before you come, you should announce how three were for
Say again.
Three were from Orissa.
Yeah, I did. I thought I said that. Okay. Yes, there were 3 awards from Orissa, but I think that is very. That's very obvious, when we read out the names. But more importantly, I think, Mr. Panda, you should be very proud that your state is actually right at the forefront. Yeah, could the awardees please just all come down so we can do a group photo? Yeah. Please. Yeah, they're coming in front. Yeah, please do come in front. Come, come. That's next. This is my job. Please, come front. You all can come here. Yeah. Choor mat ban. And don't get down there. Don't get down. Thank you. I'm going to call you up now.
Amazing.
नहीं तो बैठो ना go sit next to Naina. Yeah. Okay, so we come now to the Rashid Kidwai Awards. While this year we have just one winner, I do promise you that from next year onwards, we are going to see as many winners as you see for our annual awards. So let me start. I'm very excited to announce that this year we've inaugurated this edition called the Rashid Kidwai Innovation and Sanitation Awards. These awards have been instituted in the memory of the late Rashid Kidwai, our co-founder. And I would just, before we start the announcements, I would like to play a short video to commemorate him and his passion for innovation. Can we play the video, please? Naina, please do come and sit. Ravi is now going to speak. I would now like to request Mr. Ravi Bhatnagar, Director, External Affairs and Partnerships, Reckitt Benckiser, to please say a few words about these awards and also announce the winner for today.
Thank you so much, everyone. Although I have a speech with me, but first of all, I will put on record like I have been with the Reckitt from last 8 years now, and my journey has been very beautiful. And Rashid played a very important role. Wherever I am, so I think so. Nurturing my skills, and when I joined this whole gamut of sanitation work. So, I was taking the baby steps, and where we have reached now is, putting an award in his name. I become very emotional, but let's let the journey continue. So, as our Honorable Prime Minister said, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and it's always done by Sabka Prayas. So, it's Prayas by all of us in this room, our teams on the ground, ISC-FICCI under the leadership of Sir Mishelkar Sir, under the leadership of Naina Ma'am, and many others who are in the room and outside the room. Also, my leadership at Reckitt, who has been always very instrumental in encouraging, in making sure we live our purpose. The purpose of the purpose is the purpose. This is what I wanted to say. And what Dr. Mishelkar just spoke about, about the compassion and passion. I totally, second that, sir. And now coming straight to the awards, there's a formal requirement of thanking the ministers and others, some of them are not here, but definitely they are supporting us. So I would like to thank Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, who has been an important leader for Mission Swachhta and Pani also, which is a flagship program of Reckitt. Also to Hardeep Singh Puri ji, again, he's supporting us at Sanitation Coalition as well as Mission Swachhta and Pani both. Along with that, Dr. Mishelkar, Naina Lal Kidwai ma'am, and Natasha, and all other esteemed guests. Also the friends from the development sector, Aga Khan Foundation, UNICEF, and many others. In 1968, Dr. Bindeshwar Pathak, founder of Sulabh International Social Service Organization, invented the two-pit pour flush ecological compost toilet using just around 1.5 liters of water to flush, and after that there is no looking back. Always when I was doing my first post-graduation from TISS, we were also taught a chapter on India's sanitation journey, our comparison with the Bangladesh, how we are positioned in the BRAC, and it's so proud moment. I was in Nagaland this week only, and where the Vice President was there, and we were talking about the G20 and the position India will take in the G20 about sanitation, water and health. So I was very fascinated with all the discussions there, and definitely we have put a very significant footprint on the whole journey of sanitation in India. The coverage is at the highest levels. I remember the days of the Total Sanitation campaign, where my friends from Gramalya, Damodranji, who is also a Padam Shri awardee last year, so they also contributed. Along with that, Manoj and his team from Water.org and many others were there. This is a long journey which development sector started much earlier than the corporate sector, actually. But with Naina on the forefront and as a leader, we all joined you. The forces 7 years back, I remember, and I was also learning at that stage. Still I am learning, and I have some second line of leadership, like Sahil is there, Vivek is there, Amar Usad is there in this crowd, and many others who are taking this baton forward, and everyone is trying to do something good. Let me reflect a bit on why these awards were required and what already existed in the sector in terms of an award for the startups. And its drive to get more innovations into the sector, the government has been doing several things to support new entrepreneurs. The Atal New India Challenge program in early 2018, at the behest of the Niti Aayog, was a competition to capture technology startups and innovators across sectors and across areas to fund the best 50 ideas, giving them INR 30 million each along the necessary mentorship. The program meant to serve as a platform for the promotion of world-class innovation hubs, startup business, and other self-employment activities. To confront challenges India faced on the sanitation and cleanliness and hygiene fronts. In addition, there was a Startup India Hub which existed as one-stop platform for all stakeholders in the startup ecosystem to interact among each other, exchange knowledge, and form successful partnerships in a highly dynamic environment. Amongst all that, with the Honorable Prime Minister's clarion call for a Atmanirbhar Bharat, there was a need for identifying indigenous, cost-effective technologies that were easy to replace and replicate and scale up, and could be put these technologies at the ULB levels to implement various components of the Swachh Bharat Urban 2.0 on the ground. The Rashid Kidwai Innovation Award in sanitation was instituted keeping all that in mind. There were two categories of awards that were going to be given in the current year. However, none of the entries received in the idea to prototype categories crossed the threshold set by the jury. But I'm happy to share that some of these ideas were bright and promising, and I urged them to work further on their ideas and apply to these awards next year. For category 2, which was prototype to market, there were 4 finalists, each different from another, and the jury deliberated at length before deciding the winner. Shall I announce the winner?
Yes, please.
Okay. Before I announce their names, let me talk a little bit about their work. The winner, who get incubation support from Science IIT Mumbai and funding support from Racket, have developed a patented hydrophobic slippery surface nano coating technology for creating self-cleaning, anti-staining, odor-free and antimicrobial sanitary surfaces. Their non-toxic coating is made from environment-friendly polymers that are sourced from renewable and biodegradable sources. The solution is long-lasting since a single application lasts up to 500 flushes or 30 days. As such, urinals are completely waterless, which in turn helps reduce water consumption by 40% in the toilet bowls. Besides, the coating prevents the formulation of stains and scales, which make it easier to maintain surfaces and increase the life of bathroom fixtures. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for ECOVA. Yeah, thank you.
You have to go down and give the award, yeah.
You have the biggest responsibility actually.
Is Sani present? No, they're not. They haven't been able to come. Right, so we come to the end of this session. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat will be with us tomorrow. Unfortunately, because of the cabinet session, he couldn't come with us today, couldn't be with us today. So you can look forward to that for tomorrow. Again, the agenda will change and we will publish the new agenda, so you'll get a copy of it in the morning. Right now, for this afternoon, we will go ahead with lunch, which is immediately up till about 1:30. So I invite all of you to come and partake of lunch with us. Post this, we will have the 3 breakout sessions as you will have seen in the agenda. So do please choose the session of your choice, and you have the rooms as well, which have been allocated for each of the sessions. Post the sessions will each last for 2 hours, because you will have session speakers who will be with you, but there has to be a very active deliberation that will take place in each of these sessions. And at the end, all the session moderators will come together and we will have a summary brief in this hall where we will look at what each session has talked about, what the actions are that they have decided to go ahead with, and then come up with a concrete action plan which ISC will lead for next year. So enjoy your lunch and please do participate at the breakout sessions. Thank you. Sorry? Oh, the green trees, yes. Where are the green trees? Okay, Nena, you need to give away some green trees as well. Huh? So Nana will present the green tree certificate to Dr. Mashelkar. This is a tradition of FICCI, and this is a group of green trees that will be grown in his name by an NGO that they support. I am not announcing anymore. What is it that you want me to announce? तुम बताओ फिर सबको. Yes, yes. Please join us for lunch. So lunch is from 12:30 to 1:30, and the panels are from 1:30 to 3:30, 2 hours. Okay? And if anyone has any confusion around the rooms where the panels are being held, please do ask one of the secretariat members. Okay, just so that you don't have to ask anyone, the innovation panel is being held here in this room itself. The climate panel is going to be held on the second floor, and the finance panel is on the third
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mitali Agarwal Mehta, Senior Program Manager, India Sanitation Coalition, and let me start by asking a question. What exactly is the mathematics of innovation? The mathematics of innovation is quite simple. Knowledge drives innovation, innovation drives productivity, and productivity drives economic growth. So we can easily say that innovation coupled with the use of newer technologies is a prerequisite for continuous growth. Moreover, to achieve the SDGs by 2030, there is a strong need to innovate. However, social innovation is a complex process requiring time and method, and this is exactly what we are going to deliberate over this panel discussion on innovation ecosystem, including newer technologies for wash in India, stock taking and prospects. We are happy to have with us Mr. Devansh Peshin, Manager Program Partnerships at Wilgrow, who will moderate the session. Devansh is a detail-oriented partnerships professional who is passionate about bringing about sustainable social change, working at the intersection of innovation, entrepreneurship, and ecosystem development. He is experienced in working on diverse projects ranging from incubation, acceleration, impact investing, education tool development, among others. On this panel, we have with us Mr. Ravi Bhatnagar, Director, External Affairs and Partnerships, Reckitt. Mr. Bhatnagar leads External Affairs and Partnerships at Reckitt and is in charge of the Africa, Middle East, and South Asian regions, where the interlinking of the issues of health, hygiene, and nutrition can be seen from close quarters. Being an integral part of conveying Reckitt's mission of purpose-led business, Mr. Bhatnagar has used his communication skills to reach out to the target benefactors of the programs who belong to the marginalized sections of the society. Before joining Reckitt, Mr. Bhatnagar worked in challenging leadership positions in several organizations, including as Associate Director with Clinton Health Access Initiative, Senior Manager Programs with Population Service International, to name a few. He is also the steering committee member of FICCI's India Sanitation Coalition and co-chair of ASSOCHAM's Corporate Social Responsibility Committee. We also have with us virtually Dr. Y. Malini Reddy, Director WASH South Asia, Ethna Infonomics. Dr. Reddy leads Ethna Infonomics strategic initiatives and operations pertaining to its water, sanitation, and hygiene portfolio in South Asia. She has more than 25 years of experience in management, urban governance, and service delivery. On the panel, we also have 3 startups. First, we have with us Mr. Rashid K., co-founder and director, Gen Robotics. Mr. Rashid has a history of working in the software industry, management, academics, among others, skilled in research, business development, management, leadership, web development, and public speaking. He started his journey to entrepreneurial life from his college, where he started an entrepreneurship development cell. Next, we have with us Mr. Rahul Bakare, CEO and founder, Urdhvam Environmental Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Bakare has over 23 plus years of experience in corporate and development sector. He has sound understanding of public-private sector, management reforms, and governance, public expenditure management, human resource development, and international contexts. We also have Mr. Aditya Shukla, founder and CEO, Saltic Designs Lab Private Limited. As a first-generation entrepreneur, Mr. Shukla founded Saltic Design Labs Private Limited immediately after graduating from college, with the vision of providing cutting-edge technological solutions to the most significant problems humans face on a regular basis. Leveraging science, engineering, and technology as a tool, he seeks to address challenges by sustainable designs and development. I request everyone to please come and take their seats on the dais. Ravi, sir. Thank you, everyone. Before we delve deep into the discussion, I would request the startups to briefly talk about their work. I would first like to invite Mr. Rashid K., co-founder and director, Gen Robotics.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everyone had a good lunch and hope everyone is good, good mood only. First of all, I would like to share what we are doing and about what changes we made in the wash sector, specifically in the sanitation sector. I would like to take you into a small presentation. Please play the presentation. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. Acha. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. So, we actually, personally, my name is Rashid. I'm co-founder and director of Gen Robotics. So, we actually co-founded a company along with my friends, and the company called Gen Robotics. So, when we are creating this startup, we have a vision. So, basically what we want to do is like we want to develop the technologies that will help the society, and basically through the technological way, and along with taking the people who are facing the trouble or difficulties on different segments of their work. So starting from maybe one is that what we identified is manual scavenging, another we found on the health sector paraplegic patients. Now we are working on the industry, steel industries and that kind of industries also, for working inside their industries. There are many premises which will be very harmful and which will be very dangerous for the workers. So this is one big problem. So from today morning onwards and from many years we are hearing this problem about simply manual scavenging. And we know we are so advanced, and even we are so proud to say that we have ISRO, we are on the top on the space research and everything. But actually we are failing where we are not able to stop sending a human being just 10 feet below the ground. So that is the condition where we are. So what we identified, apart from that, when we took about the problem, at least one person is dying every 5 days in our country. That's the harsh reality. And even if you check today's newspaper also, you can see the news where 2 persons died. I think in Maharashtra, 2 persons died in Navi Mumbai, particularly that place also. And last week also in Delhi also, Delhi region also, I think 4 persons died. So that is the depth of the problem. And apart from that, what we are seeing is like everyday lot of issues. So what we done is like we created a robot for cleaning the manholes, because we know that as the name indicates manholes, the man have to enter into the hole. So it is designed in a way that the man can only clean that. Because if you check that also, how it is constructed, the entry diameter will be like in a 500 or 600 mm, but the inner diameter will be higher. So 500 means like I can enter the, but inside diameter will be bigger. So that he need to use his hands to collect all the wastes, and that kind of a flexibility that any machines can't, it will be difficult for a machine to clean it, because the thing is like diameter will be higher, so it need to move to the corners and collect the wastes from entire world. So we need 100% of the cleaning of the manholes, not like in a 20% or 10%. So how we are doing is like we are taking how the intelligence of a human is taken, so that we are taking here it is an AI, using the AI we are taking it is. Likewise the vision we are taking to a machine vision, and the same way the human hand we are using in a robotic arm, so that we specially designed for this. And like with the experience, that is another most important, that we are using the machine learning. So how this robot is working means like the robot which will go inside the manhole, and after reaching inside the manhole, it will, you can see that robotic arm also, which will be going to the corners of the manhole, and like how a human is cleaning the manholes, likewise the robot will also start cleaning. And there is a simple user interface that can be operated by any person, no need of any kind of a literacy. Any person can easily operate it, and apart from that, the operations we can see outside, so no need to look inside also, because there will be a lot of poisonous gas will be coming out from this manhole, which are the very toxic. We can call it as methane, carbon monoxide, and wherever if you check the deaths also, accidents, it is because of these toxic gases. It will just enter and they will be getting into unconscious. So that is the problem. So the robot will, it can easily go inside and clean all the stuff. It have a robotic legs to get a self stability, because as a human I have my self stability, I can stand here, but if it's in a machine or in a robot, it don't have that stability we only need to give. So that stability we are giving by the robotic legs, which it can be expanded and it can be fit into the walls. So that's how the entire process that we are taking care in a much easier way, and any depth of the manhole that we can take in care. So even if it's in a 5 meter or 10 meter, that's not a problem at all. So that is another beauty of this. And we are taking the advanced metal composites as well. We are using the CFRP so that it will not get corroded, because we know that the atmosphere inside the manhole, it will be like a very corrosive friendly. So if we put any aluminum alloy or metal, it will easily get corroded. So to get a higher sustainability and get more life for the robot, we have taken the CFRP. Yeah. So and this project actually we launched in 2018 in presence of our Honorable Prime Minister and UN Secretary General. And apart from that, we are meeting 9 out of 17 SDG goals by UN. So today morning also there were the talk about the meeting the SDG goals we were discussing. So this is another important point that we are working through this project. And currently we are working in 17 states, starting from Kerala to Kashmir right now. And in all terrains, in all conditions we are working. So even in Leh Ladakh, that extreme lowest temperature we are working, and in Jaipur, in Rajasthan also, that much in a higher temperature area also we are working. So because the thing is like we created the high-end technology which can tolerate any particular area, irrespective of the geographical problems. And also we received the accreditation and the recommendation from the Ministry of Housing, Urban Affairs and SBM also. So this year we received the Swachhata Award, and also recently in 2019 we received the Amrut Technology Award as well, saying that this is the best innovative solution which will remove the human intervention. So from that time onwards, we have been keeping on pushing the project, and this year we received another accolade from the same department, saying that this is a validated model which can be taken to all the places. And also in many places here in Maharashtra also we are working in Ulhasnagar. These are some recent launches, and also Indore, Surat, the clean cities, irrespective of any places that we are working. And if we compare the technology with the existing, even if it's in a manual scavenging or like in a mechanized mode of cleaning. So if we compare the robotic technology, or which will stand on the top of them. And that's about the technology part which I discussed so far. Now there is another angle which I would like to share. So we need to think about one particular society that is called the manual scavengers, which we are considering them not as a human being also in many areas, and I literally found that with my eyes. So how the normal people are treating them. So even there are scheduled castes, and from different, they are calling it as different names, Valmiki, many places, many names for them. That is an unfortunate thing. And so what we done is like we have been thoroughly looking for their society, how their family is constructed. So what we found is like even they don't have any access to education, they don't have any access, and to healthcare they don't have any access. So literally it is a zero, not a zero, minus point is what they are having every time. So what we thought is like along with the given the robot, we always working with the administration or the corporations or the government entities saying that this robot will be operated by the sanitation workers only, not by the educated people. We don't want the educated people to operate this robot. So that is the only model which can be replicated, which can help them to come out from this kind of a problem. And so far, we have been doing the same model in all 17 states where we implemented right now. And apart from that, we are giving the awareness class to the families of the sanitation workers, because we know that then only this kind of a change, a transformation will happen. Because their family also should know that manual scavenging is a big problem, where their husband or their father will or may die on the coming days. It is a well truth also. And apart from that, we are giving the health camps also, free medical camps. So to show that these all diseases they are having, because the 100% of the sanitation workers are having different kind of diseases, starting from the skin cancer, different, all the types of malaria, everything they are having. So we are giving a data or an information about the diseases also, and giving a good treatment for them. So that's another part that we are taking through our project. And so far we have taken more than 3,000 sanitation workers. We have taken through the this rehabilitation program, and that is again and again we are going to do in all the cities and all the states in our country. And we call this entire project as Mission RoboHole. Basically symbol. That means we need to call the manholes and a RoboHole only. So this is from the beginning, from 2018 onwards, we are putting the same thing only. So from that program, from that time onwards, we are connected with the Mashalkar sir and with the FICCI and ISC. So the thing is like, we have been always putting this a project, because the thing is like changing the name itself, because we need to think that manhole means like everyone thinking that man have to enter. So now people need to think that robot have to enter, or machine. Right now, the last year only the government of India has come with the machine hole. Okay, fine. So that machine has to enter. So machine or robo hole. So the thing is that change we need to create. That should be our major focus or goal should be of all entrepreneurs or whoever this here. It should be the major goal. That's the, because everyone as a human being, we have a duty towards our society, towards our land also. So I believe that this is the biggest thing which we need to do. And apart from that, as I mentioned, this is not a problem inside the ULBs or cities. It is a problem in big industries as well. If you take any steel plant, the problem will be there. If you take an oil plant, the same thing will be there. So right now we are cleaning the refineries as well using the robot. Here in Mumbai also we are doing, and IOCL, BPCL, MRPL. So in all these refineries right now we started cleaning with the robotics only. And now we started, now we recently signed an MOU with the IOCL R&D that specifically create a robotic solution for cleaning their closed tanks. Why? Because they are, right now the persons are entering there also, people are dying, but no one will be knowing that problem because it's not a public unit. A public unit means like it's not will come as a news, but persons are dying there as well, because if you check about the fuel tanks also, there are a lot of such kind of problems are happening. So there also we are doing right now. And people and other parties, like I would like to tell a little about the funding part as well. People always think that B2G or the government business is like a pretty bad, or it is a non-funding business, but it's not like that, because we also have the investors like the leading persons in our country like Anand Mahindra, Rajan Anandan, and now our Zoho, Sridhar Bambu. These are our few of our investors, and the support from all these people on the great entrepreneurs of our country, this was tremendous. And also we received many awards like the award, Young Changemaker Award from Honorable Vice President, and the National Startup Award, Amrud Award also, and last year we received the ET Award as well, Economic Times Award, and this is also from FICCI also, we are glad to get the award, also the Mashalkar Award. Yeah, so many of such two names. So yeah, I'm not taking too much detail about. And obviously it has came into the KBC also, where it has now taken this problem, because why I want to showcase this, all this is like to show the problem depth, and now the technology is there. Now it is our duty to get things done, because as a startup, as a small company, obviously it will not be able to remove the entire problem from our India, because we need to serve how many, these 130, 140 crore to serve 140 crore people serving means like it is such a difficult task. So we obviously need the support from the different stakeholders in different industry. Then only we can make a conclusion for this problem. And I just want to conclude this the presentation with a simple thing. This is the entire story what we are creating right now. And as you can see, the first picture, he is our first operator, or robot operator also. We found this from a newspaper while this is a sensational news over there in Kerala. So we took them and we trained them with the Bandicoot robot, and now he is the robot operator in Kerala. So that is the change that I want to make across the country, and that is happening right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashid. Gen Robotics is really making some noise in the sector. I now invite Mr. Rahul Bakare, CEO and founder, Urdhvam Environmental Technologies Private Limited.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. It's a difficult task after a sumptuous lunch to keep people awake. I'll try my best. I'm Rahul Bakare. I'm the founder and CEO of Urdhvam Environmental Technologies Private Limited. We are a groundwater sustainability technology and products company based out of Pune. Today I'll be talking predominantly about our business line, what we are into, and also a patented robotic tool, what we have developed, and a technology that we have developed. So we're in the business of recharging and reviving the fast depleting groundwater resources in India. So the problem India is facing is of tremendous groundwater depletion and associated borewells going dry. India itself has around 4.5 to 5 crore borewells, and through these borewells we are mindlessly abstracting groundwater at a much faster rate than nature can replenish. The topmost line what you see is India's groundwater abstraction, and all other countries have plateaued out. So through these 4.5 crore borewells, we are abstracting groundwater, which is resulting into adverse socio-economic impacts, such as loss of farmer income, farmers getting indebted and hence committing suicide. Women have to walk long distances to fetch water. Urban habitations, even rural habitations for their domestic purposes are not able to get sufficient water. And lastly, water quality issues have started coming up everywhere. In many places, fluoride arsenic is a major issue. Iron has started becoming a major issue. In few cases, even uranium and chromium is coming out of groundwater. So that's the kind of problem which we are facing because of the drying up of the bore wells. So these are some of the real world problems which are faced by people who are our customers. Nabi Saab is a farmer whose water level in the borewell is around 450 feet. He was getting water only for 1 month, that too in Rabbi. In summer he didn't get water, and because of that he was not able to get sufficient output, and he was facing loss of agriculture income. Shivaji Suryavanshi, a Sarpanch, was not able to provide sufficient water to his village. He was getting only half an hour worth pumping from his borewells, and the village had overall become drinking water insecure, and they had to import a lot of water using tankers. Rakesh Koti, a manager of a very plush housing colony near Bangalore, near Hyderabad, was getting only 15 minutes of water, and 3 of his borewells had already gone dry. He had to purchase tanker water, and then he was spending almost thousands of rupees on the tankers on a daily basis. So to solve these representative problems, we have developed Bore Charger. It's a unique patented rainwater harvesting technology that recharges and revives the depleting groundwater resources. So this is a small animation I would like to play. Basically, when the rainfall happens, the topmost part of the earth system gets water very quickly, up to 40-50 feet typically. But for the same water to pass through hard rock systems up to 200 feet, it takes decades and centuries. And for the same water to reach up to 600 feet, naturally it takes millions and millions of years. But when we drill a bore well, within a day we make a hole into the earth system up to 200, 400, 600 feet, whatever is the depth. And what we see bore well is a casing pipe. It's an impervious pipe which is put up to the first hard rock layer so that the debris from the topmost aquifer should not fall into the bore well. But because of this impervious nature of the casing, the debris doesn't fall, but at the same time water also doesn't get into the bore well. So typically bore wells get water from the deeper aquifers, and our electromechanical pumping rate is much faster compared to the natural recharge. So initially good yielding bore wells starts becoming seasonal, and many of the bore wells go dry completely. To solve this problem, we have developed bore charger. In the bore charger technology, our trained hydrogeologist undertakes borehole scanning using an underwater camera system. We understand the makeup of the bore well. Then we put our patented robotic tool into the bore well. That patented robotic tool goes at a hydrogeologically appropriate depth and it perforates the casing pipe from inside. And that allows only clean and filtered water to enter into the bore well. And bypassing all the hundreds of feet of geology, that water directly falls into the bore well at its greatest depth. In this case, it's 600 feet. So that water falls at that depth and it gets stored into the desaturated aquifers which have become, which have stopped providing any water to the bore well. So this infusion of new water supply into the bore well creates tremendous amount of recharge, and that recharge increases the duration of supply, it increases the quality of the water supply as well. So this is a classical successful implementation. What we could see, water which was existing outside the borewell casing was not able to come into the borewell, but when we perforate the casing at a hydrogeologically appropriate depth, that water starts coming in. Now this water it's 24/7, it comes into the borewell, almost 6 to 8 months of the year it comes into the borewell and adds to the aquifer and recharges those aquifers which are at greater depths where natural recharge doesn't reach that quickly. So that this technology is called as artificial injection recharge. So the socio-economic impacts of bore charger are quite evident. We are able to increase the recharge 4 to 20 times compared to natural recharge, one. Secondly, we are able to recharge anywhere between 2 lakh to 80 lakh liters of water depending on the hydrogeology of that region. Third, we are able to see 90% success rate in whatever implementations we have done. And apart from that, not only the quantity of the borewell water increases, the quality also improves because the deeper aquifers typically have very hard water, and we are able to directly infuse fresh water from the topmost aquifer that provides better quality because of the dilution of the deeper aquifers. And overall it provides additional 1 to 6 more months of water from the borewells. The secondary impacts, obviously the farmers are less vulnerable to climate shocks or weather shocks. We are able to reduce the tanker costs as well as the electricity costs. The impact of bore charger on customers, the same customers which we talked about earlier who was getting water was 450 feet, water level came to 150 feet from 1 hour to 4 hours of pumping. Overall agriculture income increased for this farmer by 300%. Shivaji Suryavanshi was able to provide sufficient water to the village and the village became tanker free. Rakesh Koti again was able to improve the water duration from 15 minutes to 3 hours, and 3 of his dry bore wells started yielding some water. Certainly it didn't provide tremendous amount of water, but it started, and he was able to save almost 60,000 rupees per month. So the traction what we have seen till now is that we have done more than 1850 bore charger implementations in 10 states in India as well as in West Africa, Benin. Through these implementations, we have recharged more than 187 crore liters of cumulative water, and we have positively affected 85,000 beneficiaries through this endeavor. We have also made 1 town and surrounding 5 villages tanker free in the drought prone regions of Maharashtra, and we have revived 10 hand pumps of Adivasi villages, and now the women there don't have to walk far away distances. This technology is patented. The competitive advantage is quite clear. We are 5 times cheaper. We are able to do the work in a very short span of time without any construction. And overall, there is a tremendous amount of impact compared to all other competitive solutions which are there. So our business model is we want to take this opportunity to any and every part of India, because unfortunately India doesn't produce hydrogeologists, and if we have to reach 4.5 crore bore wells, we have to develop a sustainable, scalable business model. So the business model is that we have regional offices in Maharashtra right now, through which we are providing sales and operations support to our farmers, industries and townships in that area. But we would like to now provide this training, technology as well as tool to the local rural youth, who in turn would be able to, we would be able to convert them into franchisees, and these franchisees would be able to provide services in their region. We would be backing up them with the technical understanding and guiding them with technology, and they would be, in turn would be able to provide services in their region to farmers, industries and habitations or townships. So this is what is our business model for scaling up. We have been incubated at Wilgrow, CII, Startup Oasis, Social Alpha and many national, international incubators and accelerators, and we have won many national and international awards as well. One from Government of Maharashtra, other is from Amrut Atal Mission, as well as Columbia University and Climate Launchpad or Climate Collective. We went to the World Finals of Climate Collective as well. So with that, I would like to say, let's recharge, replenish and revive groundwater, क्योंकि जल है तो कल है. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Groundwater recharge is certainly important for the future of WASH. I now invite Mr. Aditya Shukla, founder and CEO, Saltech Design Lab Private Limited.
Hello everyone, my name is Aditya Shukla. I am founder and CEO of Saltech Design Labs Private Limited. We are a company based out of Ahmedabad, Gujarat. We are working into waste management, recycling and at the intersection of both the domain. So what basically we are doing in one line is we are valorizing waste into alternate materials and thereby building sustainable infrastructure through them. So the problem which we are solving is on the two sides. One is of ever growing waste. We are all aware the waste and the problem it is causing into the rapid urbanization and the different landscape of the country and the globe. On the other side, we need urban infrastructure which is more sustainable, more durable and accommodate more population which is migrating from rural to urban areas. And that is the core reasons of them is basically 2, 3, 4, if you can count it on fingers, is most of the material which is coming out of as waste is commingled more than one type of heterogeneous waste. You cannot have any recycling technology which can process heterogeneous waste into some kind of product. There is no source segregation, and that is why the commingled waste is coming. Or let's say you segregate waste wet and dry, then also in dry you have multiple kinds of other material mixed together, plastic, different kinds of textile waste, paper waste all together. You have towns and cities which is like 1/3 of India's population, and out of that 1/4 is slum housing. So that is where we come in with a technology based solution where we are transforming waste and building infrastructure. So there are different kinds of waste streams where we take material. Our plastic waste comes from post consumer use, city waste streams or commercial waste streams, recovered aggregate coming from construction and demolition waste streams, industrial aggregate filler material coming from industrial waste streams. We use this into multiple composition as per the product required, the application required. We formulate the composition and we manufacture them into products like block, brick and tiles. So we have a technology which consists of 3 segments. All of these are patented and patent granted in India. That is material composition, processing of the material, and then the specially designed machines and system to make products out of it. So these are the products. The 3 products we have already launched into market. Few more are coming in pipeline. This is how the installation look like. This is similar to what cement concrete products, but without cement and water. So the market potential of technology is really huge. Apart from the benefits in terms of social environment, it has a very good business potential because what we are solving is a need on 2 sides. One is the plastic industry and the plastic recycling. Another one is the precast concrete market. our value proposition is fairly simple for both the industries. On the recycling technology, we are basically converting disposal cost into profit for anybody who is generating waste, whether it is urban local body, smart city, industry, organizations. On the other side, composite product, we are providing sustainable product at affordable price. Our products are very competitive in price as compared to concrete. We are not charging any premium in the end product. So eventually that is what we are delivering to increase the portfolio sustainability of people who are taking this kind of product, and eventually in a very affordable price range. So what we do is Soltech provides advanced recycling technology to partners in a local manner where they can establish this kind of unit which can locally recycle their waste streams which are coming from different sources, make products which can be utilized for infrastructure built up. So this is now the current status. We have 2.5 tons per day recycling capacity installed. We have recycled almost 130 metric tons of plastic waste that was going to the landfill eventually. 325 metric tons of overall material, which is plastic, industrial waste and C&D waste. And then 128,000 square feet of product we have installed into market across Gujarat, Rajasthan and Maharashtra. These are the plants developed. We have LOIs for establishing multiple plants at multiple locations that we are going to do. We have technology demonstration with few corporates like JSW Foundation, Dow Chemical, Hindalco, where we are actually deploying the technology in their environment where they have a use cases to be developed for their own. Once that technology is proven, they can be scaled up in a fashion. So this is what our impact has been in terms of recycling. In terms of conservation, we have offset 358 metric tons of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gases. We provide 15 to 18% employment at site to our plant, and then indirect employment to anybody who is in waste value chain, whether it is street scavengers, rag pickers, different kinds of people from where we procure our material. Our goal in next 5 years is to 1.5 million metric tons of plastic waste to be recycled, and 588 million square feet of products to be installed into market, create 3,000 plus green jobs into the sector, and 4.73 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gases to be offset from the environment. What we are looking for is, these are the three things. We are looking for organizations who are targeting net zero in their overall targets, strategic corporate partnership for pilot and scale up to actually deploy the technology, see how it performs in their environment and what can be tweaked and to be developed furthermore. Organization, NGO or companies who are adopting circular economy at scale. We have been awarded and recognized at various national and international level. The great thing about is all the three sectors where we are working, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin and affordable housing, we have won national awards in all the three categories as a winner. We have been awarded at various other forums. So this is what our SDGs look like. We have focused on multiple SDGs from starting to end, from material to end product deployment into the market. So I'd like to end at this stage is the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it. So this is what the quote is. We have to do our bit. And at last, I would like to thank all the supporters and the invitees who has invited us. And we have been incubated at Will Grow, supported by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs and various other organizations. That is why we are doing and making larger impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. It is really inspiring to see the work that these startups are doing in the sector. Now, without much further ado, I now hand over the baton to you, Devansh.
Thank you very much. Malini, if you are there to maintain parity with everyone, I would ask you to please give a brief about the work that Athena Infonomics is doing in the area of wash, and what have your learnings been in this area?
Hi, namaste everyone, and a big thank you to ISC team for accommodating my request. I couldn't travel, my father is undergoing an operation, so thank you very much for your understanding. Nice to meet you, Devansh. I work for Athena Infonomics. We are a global consulting firm that combines social research with data analytics and ICT. Essentially with the objective of deepening understanding, providing evidence, and also looking at how we can contribute to identifying appropriate solutions and provide advice to policymakers as well as implementers, urban practitioners. So while we have comprehensive WASH experience in various aspects, starting from landscape studies and monitoring and impact assessment, in today's panel, I would largely be leaning on our work and understanding of sanitation markets in South Asia, how innovations are and innovators are being supported, gender intentional climate financing, and innovative financing models such as blended finance. So these are some of the aspects and our recent work that I would be leaning on while I participate in the panel today.
Thank you very much. Ravi sir, just as an introduction, now Reckitt is doing already a lot of work, Mission Swachhata and Pani, Rashid Kidwai Awards as well. You are in the steering committee of ISC as well. What is the way forward as you see, or what is the trajectory that was charted out a few years back?
I always tell one thing, the purpose of the purpose is the purpose. So to start with this, like there's a long roadmap. I remember the days when the total sanitation campaign was launched, and after that, you know, Swachh Bharat mission. And in 2021, to India, Reckitt gave a preamble on sanitation and water, which was jointly launched by Ministry of Jal Shakti on 75th year of India's independence and all that. But coming back to the basics, I see a lot of investments are yet to be made on the behavior change communication. We do a lot of diplomatic meetings between India, UK, US, India and all that, where I sit on the UK-India Business Council, then Confederation of British Industries. We often discuss on, as people do tell us, like, you know, so India is now all Swachh. We have achieved our ambitions of constructing toilets. Then the conclaves like this give you an opportunity to learn about ODF, ODF plus, ODF plus plus and all the industry specific jargon, where you also meet some very interesting innovators whom I always see like future unicorns, at least one of the three or all three of you. More investments and significant investments are required in this particular domain by the like-minded organizations. It's good to win a lot of awards, but it's also important, like the problems become universal problems which are consumer centric, and customer and consumer both are able to understand it easily. Sometimes the solutions are very interesting and very impressive, but the customer and consumer both they lack the understanding of the problem. How you can make it so with the Mission Swachhata and Pani, the voices all which are to be heard to make sure we leave no one behind is very important. More you talk, more often you talk, your frequency do also matters. And we at Reckitt are bound to make sure like we leave no one behind, and we take the people together and we invest, like we have invested in the Rashid Kidwai Awards. In the same way, we have programs which are total sanitation for all. We have World Toilet Colleges in 15 states in India, which we are going to scale up further. The lot of work what we do in India is also replicated in the bilateral talks between India and in African countries, where the good work what we are doing in India is also taken by many African countries now. So we look also to be, I don't want to say we want to be a knowledge hub, but definitely we can curate the programs together, where Bandicoot also travels and other technologies also travel to many other countries. And that's what I can say. But fundamentally, behavior change investments should stay. When the Swachh Bharat started, the behavior change investments were at a tune of 1% of the total budget which was allocated by the Swachh Bharat mission. Are recommended to then UK Prime Minister and the Prime Minister Modi was to increase it to at least 8 to 10%. It was a mid-term health check of Swachh Bharat, which we presented in the bilateral talks to both the governments, to India and to the UK. I still believe with the newer technologies in place, with the finer investments, we should continue investment on the behavior change. We should invest on the behavioral nudges with the newer technologies which are now available, which were not available in the total sanitation campaign era. There's a new era, and we are with you, and some of the technologies we will also be evaluating with the people who are there on the dais, and with Dr. Mashelkar and Naina and others, where we can invest further in the places, because most of the winners also we see from Orissa, from Tamil Nadu, from Kerala, from the various parts of India, but I really think like some things should also come out from Leh, from Ladakh, from Jammu and Kashmir, from Northeast region. So for me, Bharat and India both are all equally important as a company, and we believe in living the national purpose with the brand purpose and the company purpose, which takes us to the basic philosophy of leaving no one behind. That's what I want to say.
Thank you. That's quite a brief, I must say. Now the two ministries had launched technology and innovation challenges. One was the Swachhata Startup Challenge, in which both Soltech and Bandicoot are a key part of that competition. Then there was another challenge launched by Ministry of Jal Shakti. As the government has initially put in the thrust behind the Startup India initiative, how do you see corporates such as yourself taking the stewardship in supporting innovations with a little more of a patient capital approach?
Very interesting question. So I don't know, like to make you all aware, we have One Young World, where we bring people from 80 plus countries across the globe. We have been doing it from over a decade now. Before this all Atal mission came and all these missions came in India, I'm not saying like, I'm not boasting, but yes, definitely it starts with the youth. That's the first program which we do. This year also, like we are going to do again One Young World, which happens in the UK. There's a huge competition, and there's a seed capital which is available. Then the ideas become big, and I'm very proud to say, like, there are many people from the One Young World whom I see as marketing managers who are heading the various categories in my company, and they were in their first year and the second year during their bachelor's and masters from the Ivy League B schools and the other B schools also from India and across the world. Second thing is investing more in India, and India is a talent capital. Yesterday I was hearing to the president of Hygiene Home Business at Reckitt, Walker. He was saying like India is the capital in terms of the manpower India is given, or the woman power India is giving to the world for brands in the space of sanitation, in the space of water, and there will be more people who will be joining us, and we will be taking it forward. Third thing is not just be limiting to certain awards, limiting to one federation like FICCI, but taking it vastly, because there are many federations in India. You have Institute of Directors, you have SOCHAM, you have FICCI, you have CII, making sure like in the various platforms you're supporting talent pool, so that talent pool is the future capital of India. And now with the National Stock Exchange coming in India, there are more possibilities and more opportunities for all of us, where we will be all listed and we will be able to show us our good work. And like you have the stock prices of all the companies. We'll be having the stock prices of a lot of newer incubators of those who are trying to do something good for this planet.
Thank you. Malini, I just wanted your thoughts on, as you understand the value chain in terms of the finance, how to scale enterprises, what interventions do you think are required in the value chain to ensure that these technologies, even though as interesting as they might seem, actually see the end of the day and do create impact, and a widespread impact at that? Where do you see value chain gaps existing currently?
So Devansh, I'd like to change the narrative a little bit here and speak about our city administration. See, basically, unlike health and unlike education, where we see a lot of investment coming in and a lot of startups benefiting from these investments, sanitation is a public good, where the city administrator, the local government, is the owner, the implementer, the user, because they are the service providers. So ultimately, They need to own up. And I think when we look at investments and the flow of investments, whether you take any programs, the ones funded by USAID or any private philanthropy, and we can lean on Ravi's experience as well, fund flow is not a challenge. The challenge is actually getting projects off the ground. How do you get city administrators, and not just the commissioners, but people, engineers who are in the cities, to understand the importance of these innovations and actually take that step to go and procure? And there are several challenges that we need to sort of fix. For example, let's take, sorry for putting you on the spot here, Rashid, but suppose we talk in terms of gen robotics. How do a city differentiate between gen robotics or maybe a Solinas or a Jalodbas? How do I differentiate? So what are the standards? I mean, are there any standards for technology selection? Because every day we have new startups, new ideas, brilliant initiatives. And this process of continuous pilots keeps going on. But the city needs to have that confidence and capability to be able to evaluate between these multiple. Take another example, water from air. There are at least 30 that I have personally interacted with. How do you get a city to be able to differentiate between these? So I think it's also equally important from the innovator's side and investors' side to be able to come up with standards for technology selection, in addition to, of course, standards for technical performance, which all of us are focused on and are very conscious about. From the city side and in terms of policy, I essentially see 4 broad areas which I think would be required to move the needle. First is, of course, we all know the regulatory push. So if we want groundwater to be recharged, firstly, where are the regulations in place for prevention of groundwater extraction? So it is not just having a policy, but it is implementing the policy in the right letter and spirit. So whether it is groundwater extraction, ensuring that all the new buildings have septic tanks as per standards, all new apartments have decentralized STPs which are actually working and made and kept functional. Somebody is monitoring it. But where are the policies for purchase of treated used water? What is the pricing for that? Who fixes the price? So I think these are steps which are required. Otherwise, technologies are available, investors are available, projects are not getting grounded. You see, the ministry has, supporting almost 70. Through Mahua is currently supporting 70 innovators for their great work in water. But are the cities receptive, and how do you move the needle there? So I think that's the first block. The second block, I think, is the innovation mindset that I mentioned of the municipal staff and engineers, and not just the senior at the state. See, everybody buys in to innovation, but the people who have to implement have to actually understand. The other is funder mindset. I think many a time, funders we have to push them to prioritize social returns over market returns. That's easier said than done, because there are investors who are very focused on market returns, and fairly so, which means people like us have to come up with innovative financing vehicles where we can prioritize social returns and ensure those who want market returns are also taken care of. So where are those blended finance models where social returns are prioritized and not low-hanging fruit like maintenance of STPs, which will be lucrative in any case. And the fourth one is, I really feel innovators need to learn to speak the city language, because they are the partners. Sometimes innovators speak a language which is more funder driven rather than the city implementer driven. So they lose the city. They're not able to de-jargonize. They're not able to appeal to them, and they're not able to provide a project where are the partnerships between innovators? As a city, I'm very fascinated if you have an app which helps me map dengue. Fine. What next? Has the innovator partnered with someone who will be able to help me deal with the situation and then monitor it also, and then also monetize the outcomes? So I think the innovators also need to think that when they approach a city, they don't just go with their own solution, but actually find a couple of others who can provide a comprehensive solution. I'll stop there. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Now, as you mentioned, it has been what we have observed as an incubator ourselves, that how do the government officials evaluate or compare between different technologies? Even in the robotic space for removing manual scavenging, there are multiple technologies. Who takes the lead there? Someone has to, should governance be left to the government, or should someone come ahead and say, hey, we will, through our working with innovations an incubator has, at the end of the day, those are your sample sizes. Who will come and say, ki, hey, I will develop a draft based on what these innovations are doing? Who has to come forth and who has to enable for the same?
Is that to me, Devansh?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, great. So, yeah, so, there is this very interesting behavioral aspect about us in India, that even if someone implements a fabulous pilot and it's doing really well, if it is implemented in Bihar, somebody in Andhra Pradesh says, "वो बिहार में चलता है, आंध्र में नहीं चलता है, यहाँ करके दिखाइए." So the startup is practically putting up pilots in every state to get business. But I think here, ecosystem builders, accelerators can play a huge role. So, people like Toilet Board Coalition, Leap Cities, Wash Innovation Hub, the Telangana initiative with ISC-FICCI, V-Hub, the Women Entrepreneurship Innovation Wing. So I think these kind of ecosystem builders, accelerators, they can make an excellent contribution in terms of supporting the technology providers and innovators in fine-tuning the technology, testing the technology, City Connect, Funder Connect, and help them in moving from passion to vision to action. So I think that brush, that mentorship support can come from these ecosystem builders. And there are many organizations, whether it is Indian Plumbing Association, the Building Code, FICCI, the real estate RERAs. So I think these are various organizations which can be leaned on, provided we have a technology and a proof of concept. And we have a city backing us, saying that, yes, we would like to implement this and we need your support.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I'll go to Urdhvam now. Rahulji, now, as you said, ki you make slits in a bore well, the water gets recharged. How sustainable is this model, one? And how do you really confirm ki what numbers I am projecting are the true numbers?
Okay, excellent question. Groundwater itself is a hidden source, and whatever recharge we are trying to do in the ground is also, in a sense, uncalculatable, right? But what we do is that in the hydrogeology, there are ways, means, methods to know how much recharge has happened. There are various indicators of that. For example, the improvement in the water level in a bore well, the quantity of yield of a bore well, the duration of water supply, intraday, inter-season as well. So there are various ways, means, methods in which it can be calculated. We also have worked with University of Pune to develop a calculator which would, depending on certain parameters which are input into the calculator, we would be able to get an approximate number of basically how much groundwater recharge potentially can happen using our technology. And we have tested it in a couple of places by even measuring it, and it has proven to be almost plus or minus 5% in terms of accuracy. So certainly groundwater recharge can be measured, it can be shown to the end customer as well, and we have done it multiple times.
So let's say what you are doing, can you take it, let's say, abroad, or can you take it from one state to a different state and the same will be applicable? Is there anything that is a gold standard certification for the same?
So unfortunately, there is no certification of groundwater recharge or groundwater related any of the things, because as I said, everything is, because this is very nascent science, right? It's in existence only since last 60-70 years. It's a multidisciplinary science, one. Second of all, what we are trying to do in case of bore charger is that we have already developed the automation of the bore charger, one. Second of all, we would be training the local para-hydrogeologists who may be 12th class or maybe a BCom or a BA, whatever may be the background, but who is passionate and wants to take this work in his or her area or geography. We would be training such people, we would be giving them the tool to operate, and that tool will be able to go to appropriate depth, right? So the automation has gone to such an extent that after inputting certain parameters, the information would be sent to us over the IoT and on the cloud, and our trained hydrogeologists sitting in our command and control center would be able to operate the tool remotely, and the para-hydrogeologist would be able to administer the service. So with that, we would be able to monitor the quality of implementation, one. Second of all, data in groundwater is very important and crucial, which nobody has as a matter of fact. So we would be able to gather that kind of data as well. So we are consciously trying to work on this sustainable as well as scalable model of local entrepreneurship, and through local entrepreneurship we would like to tackle this humongous problem of groundwater depletion.
Thank you. To Aditya, now this is a question for everyone who is making new construction materials, whether it is from plastic, whether someone is using paddy straw. How scalable is this model, considering that you have to procure plastic? How scalable is this model, can you say?
So in terms of supply chain, if you see the material which people are trying to use, like startup like us who are operating into alternate material domain, so they have use cases in which they see a waste material as a source of raw materials. So if you see waste material in terms of plastic, the number is very huge in India, the generation number across the globe is huge. But the issue is not in the generation number, the issue is in the collection number. So how much amount that is collected actually, and that can be utilized into a material. Now that is where the challenge is, and the startup who are operating in the domain with a clear sight will very well understand this challenge and try to build a model around this, something in the sort that they can overcome this challenge. So that is how we also do. In terms of, we are not a waste management company very specifically, we are a forward integration to waste management. So we work and we want to work with companies who are doing good waste management, so that we have a supply chain of raw material coming from them. Now what happens is, why they will do the material which is not that much monetary beneficial to them, that is where we come in with a monetary benefit to the material itself. So it becomes easy. So for example, whatever the material you take, even if I am taking a raw material as a plastic, I cannot calculate that raw material as free. I have to put some landed cost to it, so that cost will eventually go into the waste value chain to incentivize people to collect more, to increase the recycling rate, to eventually bring more material into the supply chain. And that is how the model can be built up. If I calculate everything at a zero cost and then build a model around it, I will eventually fail. And that is what the startups, the good startups who are trying to work out with waste to valuable products are doing the same.
I think that's quite helpful. Malini, as both startups have mentioned about scalability of innovations, what is scalable and what is not, how to go about scaling. In your previous role, you were at the helm of the WASH Innovation Hub at the Administrative Staff College. The hub has more than 600 innovations and startups under its fold. What are the key features of innovations or startups in these areas of WASH that make them scalable, or what should they keep in mind to build scalable startups?
So Devansh, not sure if it's appropriate for me to speak about my previous role, but that number would be much higher now. It will be about 800 plus. Okay. And it spans across various waste streams, not just sanitation, but it spans across. But I think a couple of things that I would definitely speak about is that the point that I made earlier, that how do you take the passion to vision to action? I think one area that we found a big challenge for scaling up is how prepared the startup is in terms of its team to be able to scale up. And this is, I want to draw a simile from my experience from the garment industry. This is very akin to the beautiful handlooms that we have. So you have lovely Pochampalli fabric, but the moment they get a state government order that all schools and government offices must have curtains made out of Pochampalli fabric only, they're not able to supply it. So that is it's a catch-29. You can't build a team and have them on a bench before you get orders. But at the same time, you need to be smart enough to assess that where and how do you scale up. To the extent that we have encountered startups who have received awards at various forums, including World Economic Forum, and they find it extremely challenging to even bring 10 of their products at short notice to a particular event. So I think that is, are you ready and how are you prepared? What are your scenario planning for scale up? That I think is the biggest challenge. Of course, I don't want to get into the procurement challenges, explaining to the city, and the national government and state governments have made considerable number of changes in their procurement policies to bring in startups. So I think there is some effort on that side. We also need to look at scaled implementation from the innovator side. And one more aspect that I feel which works very well for scaled implementation of innovations is to work at the state level and work in the same model of clusters that, so that you're not dealing with city to city, but you're working with the state level and you say that, can you give me 5 cities and I will bring comprehensive solutions to start with? So can you push the state government to take such procurement initiatives? And this we have seen happening in fecal sludge treatment plants in several states. We've seen this happening in Namami Gange program. We've seen happening in STP. So how do we sort of do that? But I think a lot of owners of this scale depends on the startups as well.
Thank you. That's quite helpful. Ravi sir, turning an eye towards the corporates, early stage innovations, there is a drop-off point after every stage in progression. From the lab to a proof of concept to market validation, a lot of startups fail, but it also makes for a fertile ground in terms of technical feedback, understanding businesses. A lot of corporate CSR work is focused on reaching impact numbers or creating impact. How do we enable corporates in any way to adopt a careful eye or a more proactive eye towards supporting innovations, some of which might fail, some of which might produce results in the second, third year of the project? How do we go about it, please?
Lovely. So, in corporates also generally you have NPDs, the new products on which you are working. There are two kind of things. One is the innovation pipeline. Second is the renovation pipeline. So, and many times the product is very beautifully curated and is very beautifully made, but still you don't see the product doing good in the market. As a result, the product is then withdrawn after a period of time. There are two ways of doing it. One is basically like you induce lot of market capital on the product. You put a lot of marketing spends, and you make sure like there is a noise. And parallel to that, you also have something which where you actually put in the various cash to carry. In the modern trade and other things, you put your products, more consumer interface. But in case of innovations,
especially through CSR.
Through CSRs, yes, there is a big opportunity. Like we have been trying it from over 7 years now, and we have seen some success stories also. Like we worked with ZMQ, and we saw an app which came out, which was basically to
to teach the frontline health workers on the Swachhta, which means hygiene at home, hygiene in neighborhood, personal hygiene, and to create the leadership boards of that. That was one of the technologies. Second was like identifying your STIs and HIV in your own hand. On your phone with answering 10 things, you can actually do it, and then connecting it to the market. There is a second thing what we did. So in the same way, like we are very, very open as an organization. I am very sure like others will also be open to take the risk, because impact investment sometimes may take the longer span of time, and to make it market friendly and to take it to the market, sometimes it may take 2 years or 3 years. So people can choose between some technologies which will give the results for the short term, the medium term and the long term. And like the Bandicoot, I will give an example, like, you know, it's so many awards, so much recognition, we also know it. So one thing which people miss is the SDG 17, which is on collaborations and the partnerships. So how you bring SDG 17 into life? You have Bandicoot, you can make the robo champions, sanitation workers. Someone is doing the World Toilet College in 17 or 15 states in India. How the synergy can play? Can in 15 states with the World Toilet College, can we map it together where, you know, your technology can go? Secondly, with this boring machine, you know, this boring innovation which you presented. So I am very sure my industry colleagues from ITC are investing significantly on the water and on the water mission. So how you can actually create a product or a value solution when you grow X amount of particular crop, in that cropping with the water which is coming, can use this technology, reducing the carbon footprint, reducing the impact on the planetary changes and the other things. I'm giving these two examples, maybe like for you, I'm trying to do a climate resilient state, which is Uttarakhand, where I'm going to Uttarkashi, I am going to Kedarnath, I am going to Badrinath. I am going to showcase 4 schools in Uttarakhand with the government of Uttarakhand and with the PMO for G20, where I need someone who can actually show me the way how I can use the forward linkages on, you know, the plastic bottles, the multi-layer plastic of Dettol or Harpic or the other brands. And I have the furniture ready in the schools which are bottom of the pyramid schools, or the schools where really which can't afford the table and the desk and the chairs or the whiteboards and other things. How we can collaborate. So those opportunities need to be created, and I'm very sure, like me, the other industry colleagues from the other industries will also be charged up at this moment, because most of us who are doing big businesses or maybe small businesses also, they all listed, they're listed in the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. Their investors are listening, the boards are very sensitive, and they're also looking into what countries are progressing and how the companies are progressing. We have started doing something which is, you know, India for India story and India for India narrative, because most of the people tell us and many other industry colleagues, like, you reap all the profits and you take back to the UK and the US and the other these places. So we have started doing those stories, how you are benefiting the societies in India. What is your what is your contribution to the GDP and the taxes in India? How much employability and employment you have generated for the country, and what is the social return on investment by the work what you have been doing. Like, we do work with 500,000 madrasas across India on the hygiene education, where the return on investment is 1 rupee spent gives you return on investment of 50 rupees. The World Toilet College gives 1 rupee investment of 30 rupees, the return. Then there is a Durex Birds and the Beestock. When I invest 1 rupee, it gives me the investment back of 25 rupees to me. So I have those matrices with me. By the virtue of that, I can tell my board and I tell my investors and stakeholders and the government in India, when I invest, these partnerships, by the virtue of the partnership brokerage processes, brings what value addition in India. And it's all going into the nation building exercise. So we are very open, and I am very sure industry will be open. So more avenues are required where matchmaking happens. Like, you have Shadi.coms. When myself, Rashid, Naina and everyone, when we collaborated first time for this FICCI ISC, We also thought like this will be a matchmaking platform, this FICCI ISC, where the investors, the corporates, the civil society, the startups, the government, as well as advocates and activists, they will all come together, and we will all be hearing to each other, and certain things will happen. I'm very lucky, like, I have seen it growing over the last 6-7 years, and we have come to the stage where we have started discussing it, and it was initially 10-15 companies who were very keen to partner. We have now a whole platform where we have 200 plus companies, big and small, MSMEs also coming. Then the Chai Cafe, if I'm pronouncing it right. Lou Cafe, sorry. The Lou Cafe, like, seeing the innovations from here, which are IT based, AI based, and all those things. So it's totally fun environment, and I'm seeing like this momentum is going to further grow and more investment flowing. Although, yes, I agree with you, Devansh, and with Malini also. When you go and you have to pick a, particular brand, you are very cautious. Like maybe like you are wearing Canali, you are wearing Raymond's, you are wearing something else, you are wearing Harno or Ferragamo or whatsoever it is. So in the same way, some standardization is required from the government point of view also. Okay, these are the 4 technologies, this is best in class, this is A, this is B, this is C, this is D. How that standardization happens, are there some parameters to do it? So what are the agencies which can do it? So that every time you have not to fight to prove like you are the best. Or the brands, there are few which are in front of me, like, I see Lifebuoy here, or I see Catch here, or I see, Godrej here. I will not talk about my brands. I'm seeing these 3 brands. These brands are very much familiar, and these are known brands to us. And it takes times for the brand building, So how your brands will be built, it's a whole exercise. And therefore it's important, like the customers and consumers, they should know the problems easily, and they should resonate with your brands. And you say in the future, like in the next 3 decades, the generation XYZ should say, oh, Bandicoot means this, or your innovation means this, or Bayer stands for pesticides, fertilizers, and many other things, right? Or for the animal husbandry things, or Dettol stands for hygiene, for an example. So how these names become synonymous to your thinking and your startups? I'm sure that time will come, and like we see many unicorns, so maybe like some unicorns may be arising from there, but a lot of brand building is required, and standardization is required. Nowadays we listen about the B Corp companies, the sustainable companies, the B Corp, which is the highest standard. Okay, so in India, if you explain someone to B Corp, people say, oh, I don't understand, what is B Corp? When you say ISI mark, people understand. When you say silk mark, people understand. So how you create an industrial mark, so that that industrial mark is at the highest level. Okay, under the various missions of government, you have tiger of, that's a tiger or lion, where it's a Make in India's logo also. Yeah. That's good, but what is the quality assurance thing for your brands? Something which world should recognize. That should be there. Yeah, that's what I want to say. Even for the helmets, you have ISA mark in India, and that's also equivalent to the marks of helmets which are there produced by, the helmet producers in Europe and in the UK. So you have the DOT. So you have the dot mark. So in the same way, we need to do something here. That's one suggestion which I have. Thank you.
I think what you have suggested actually as an admittance of guilt for me, working as an incubator, that if CSR gives money to support innovations, what is a standardized metric, and I can say, okay, this is what I can achieve in 3 years. I can showcase customized metrics of customized startups, but I cannot give you a specific metric which is quite agnostic and is purely a metric to say that this is your return on putting out money through CSR to support innovations. In terms of, do you think, or is there any need for government to incentivize CSR funding to innovations, like a credit or something?
See, it's already there. It depends on, like, how the companies and the boards actually look into that. How much mature are the company boards, and the leadership in various companies. We are not new to India. We are there from last 100 years. We were Reckitt and Coleman in Kolkata. Our journey started from there to Reckitt Benckiser to Reckitt, And maybe like people don't know us, but you have Dettol, Harpic, Lysol, Durex, Cherry Blossom, Shoe Polish, Colin, Itchguard, Ringguard, everything in your household. So we have 40 plus power brands just here. So depends like what maiden call the leadership takes. Is it HR in the company who is leading this function? Is it finance which is leading this function? Is it ESG people who are leading this function? Who is leading this function? And if you have a leader in the company, where do that leader stands in the company? Is the leader is in the leadership role, or he or she or a binary is in in a managerial role? Can the person take the calls on the budgets or not? How is the governance structure of the organization? CSR law in India has given so much opportunity to do some good work with the monies which are available, right? And it is not necessary, like every investment you are going to do, you will have the return on investment flowing positively to you in the first year. That needs to be independently done by the experts. Maybe like Sustainability Square, maybe Dure Technologies or someone like that who does it for the Warren Buffett and many others. So always you can't say like, by spending 100 rupees, I will be getting 20 rupees return on investment. When the businesses fail, the social practice may also fail. Or maybe like the innovation needs some different trajectory altogether. That's how it should be. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'll turn to some of the market dynamics. Thank you. I'll turn to the market dynamics in the industries that the startups work in. First to Gen Robotics, Bandicoot. What challenges have you seen in terms of having your technology adopted by ULBs or by corporates in the work that you have been mentioning?
So first of all, so when actually I think many of in this panel discussion it is already saying about some of the challenges already, because as a startup or if it's in a new technology, then the first question will be like whether this technology is implemented in any city, whether it is in a satisfied or how was the feedback. That will be the first question. So as a startup, we are going to showcase them as a first. Then they will be saying that whether you have done before. So it will be like a first challenge every startup will be facing. And there how we have overcoming that situation, it is only because of some leaders or some of the bureaucrats or some of the officers who are heading that ULB. They will be taking that in a kind of a risk. Without checking or as a pilot model, they will run it. So that was the first actually a challenge what we faced. But after that, once it got approved and once it got the good feedback and satisfaction, we have overcome that situation. But other than that, if I say from the technology development also, when we are developing this technology, we don't have any reference. So basically, if we are creating a car, there are different brands on different technology. If we say that hybrid also, there are different brands which are creating on the hybrid cars model. But when we are creating this robot, we don't have any reference to look at how to create the solution. It's particularly a blank situation, a blank board there. How to make that structure, how to design it. Only we have a problem statement only, not a solution or nothing reference to that. So that was another challenge, but as an engineer, that is the challenges that's actually we need to solve also, and that's we have done in a very well manner, and with the guidance from many of the senior scientists like Mashalka sir, we have iterated the design also, and from the ULBs as well. The end user is suggesting this much modifications, so we are modifying the robot accordingly or however they want. And it's our perspective that we want to support the sanitation workers. So what we've done is like that user interface by ourselves has started changing with the help of Google. So even the Google is also very much supportive for the startups in our country, especially the Google office in Bangalore. They are quite supportive on the user interface and UX, making it in a much convenient way. Yeah.
Is there any learning that you would like to share for other startups who follow your trajectory of working with ULBs? What should they keep in mind? How should they approach? Because there are a lot of waste management startups, waste collection startups who will also work with some working in the space of water, water supply, etc. Any learning?
So this is an area which usually a slow running is happening, but there is a change is happening right now. That's obviously we need to say. So especially when the SBM starts, when the Swachh Bharat mission announced, slowly the change has started. Now the SBM 2.0 also announced. Now all the cities is coming into what the central government is focusing. Now only it started to replicate into the state governments, and from the state government to the ULBs to the cities. So there is a drastic change will happen always. So always the startups who are working on the situation, sometimes we need to be patient also.
Understood.
So sometimes we can't say that we will be successful on the first phase or first pilot, but we need to keep trying and keep trying always. Failure is also a part of the success. That's obviously that's how a product or a company will come into the front.
Understood. Aditya, regarding your work in the construction space, what is the feedback from the construction companies or architects regarding these new age construction materials? What are the challenges there?
So as Rashid
and
said,
this goes without saying, the more evangelization or demand ignition you do at the construction level, the more plastic you are able to remove as well.
Agree. So what happens is, as Rashid mentioned clearly, so when you design a product from bottom up, you don't have any reference what to design for. Actually, you are solving a problem, but you don't have a reference what is the performance criteria you are designing for, until unless you just need an outcome which needs to be achieved. For example, in our case, we are basically making a product from waste material which is replacing as an alternate material to concrete. So we have a IS code for concrete, right? If we go with IS code of concrete, most of the codes which are resembling, which have been, I would say, taken from an international level to Indian level and as it is in some form, those code will not work because the material itself is a very different material from the concrete. So the density of material is different, the specific weight of the material is different, the performance of material is different, thermal conductivity of material is different, fire sustainability like retardancy, different performance properties come into picture. Now what happens is, if I have to match an IS code for a product I am making from my material, I am not able to do it. But if I have to match a performance criteria, I can do it. For example, if somebody asks me a M30 grade concrete paver block, I can make the same paver block in 3 times lesser weight with my material because of my better strength.
But it won't be the weight specifications?
Exactly. So it won't match the thickness specification, it can't go in tender. So those are the challenges still there, because the product adoption happens with certain codes, certain regulations which are not open, or I would say which are not adaptable to newer versions of the technology, the newer developments as such in such a faster manner. Second thing is, industries which are operating on their own, such as like private construction industry or builders or commercial level, if they are keen about the sustainability, if they understand the innovation in some part, or some of their leadership role people understands it, then they definitely take it forward. So we did pilot with Godrej Property, we did pilot with Tata Housing, we did pilot with Statue of Unity, which is again a government project. We did pilot with one urban local body, Rajkot Municipal. So these are the pilots which were done because of the key people who were ready to take that I would say step with assessing the risk that if it does not work out well, it can go into a different direction, but they were ready to take that risk and eventually take the product on. So those people are definitely needed, whether it is ULB, whether it is private or any other sector, for startups, because those are the people whom we also call as early adopters, or I would call from startups perspective as angels for adoption of the product. And the giving business to startup. So yeah, those people are necessary, and that is what we look for in any organization we go for.
Thank you. Malini, you had briefly reflected on blended finance as an option to scaling up these innovations. Blended finance is a buzzword in the industry now, but it is also being said that blended finance models or solutions take a little long to design, they are not essentially scalable. Is there anything out in your awareness that could be more workable or more amenable to the startup realities in India?
Yeah, I have some very strong views, in fact, on that. But firstly, Ravi and I go a long way back, and therefore I'm going to take a dig at him with regards to matchmaking. So I have a different view, a contrarian view. In fact, I think most of the platforms are stopping at matchmaking. So in fact, there's too much matchmaking with no loyalty and fidelity, frankly speaking. And the blended finance vehicles, which provide technical advice and matchmaking and then financing, are able to do technical advice, are able to do matchmaking, but they're not able to move funds to financing sanitation enterprises because the projects have to be grounded with the city and the relationships with cities are not as strong. You take financing, blended financing in healthcare. It's brilliant. You see IPE's work. They've funded 60. Yeah, they've funded 60 because those are private enterprises and they run, and willingness to pay by citizens is also high. So I think that the crux in sanitation, blended finance, lies in two things. How well do you get the city to understand and accept it so the projects get grounded and they support you? Even with Mahua backing you up with funding support, unless the city engineer says, I will do it, the project is not grounded. That's the crux, and we need to tackle that. That's my first point. The second point, I feel we spend enormous, as culturally, I feel Indians spend enormous amount of time on solutioning and advocacy. But where we fail is evidence. For example, and I'm again sorry for putting you on spot, Rahulji, but your solution is so beautiful and so useful, and innately everybody will agree with it. But for funder to actually put the money on the table and for a state to actually say, I am passing a regulation, all borewells in my state need to have this for sure, there has to be a solid evidence with control and experimental group and published and internationally ratified, and then funding will flow. Somehow, whether it is CSR funding, a CSR funding of 2 crores will have 2 lakhs for impact assessment study. It's ridiculous. Ravi, again, this is to you. Do something about it.
I have to say something like,
Okay, let me finish. Let me finish. So I think this money that we place, oftentimes we will do outcomes monitoring. So many women employed, so many liters treated, etc. But we don't get to impact assessment. You need professionals. There are research organizations who will do it. And I think that is where blended finance models require proof of impact for them to be able to fund this social impact work. So these are my 2 bits.
Thank you. Ravi?
this is very interesting. I always say use it or lose it. This is about the data. So I'm not sure about others, what other companies do, but we have Reckitt Global Hygiene Institute, which has from all the continents, we have best of the public health experts, and the bodies like from India, we have AIMS, which is the body which is nominated by the government to do the impacts, not just in India, but even in Brazil and many other countries. So that is, and then about the number of publications, my office churns around 65 in a year with 7 Lancets, 10 BMJ, 2022. And that's and I'm not sure many others will be doing, because people think like impact assessments are just, you know, the outcome numbers. If you want to do the longitudinal studies, or if you want to do the case controls, or if you want to do some ethnographies, it really requires very big amount of money. And we have been doing it in India, and we have been championing in the nutrition space. Our ethnography is the biggest one, and the only one which came in this whole decade. And in the same way, like on the return on investment studies on the manual scavengers, Dalberg has done some piece of work, but what we have is far bigger. It's multi-continent study. It has Africa, India, and many others. So a good significant amount of around, you know, if I tell you in the Indian currency, we spend around 8 to 10 crores on research only. And that to the social science research, which include the ethnographies,
epidemiological research, and many other things. Definitely, like, they are centrally controlled, where I also play a role. But net, yes, if we don't use the data right, there is no way we can prove to the world like what we are doing is best in class. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few. I'll request both Soltech and Urdhvam to just answer in brief, just to reflect on it. Have you explored plastic credits as a source of revenue?
So what we are trying to do is we are exploring some manner in which we did a small pilot in which we processed ocean bound plastic into alternate building material, specifically a project in plastic collected from Mumbai, Warsaw beach and different other beach cleanup activities. So that is where we looked out that there can be other modalities of revenues from apart from the product sale, and those can be carbon and plastic credits. So we talked to few folks. We are still in discussion to do a LC analysis and then do the EPD to get it on board. But the issue is that regarding the scale, so these things will come at a threshold value of the project when these credits are being generated. Only then we can basically monetize them. So that is why we have certain limitations, but yeah, we are open to explore it, and we are also trying to get them on board.
Thank you. Water credits.
Yeah, so actually water credit certainly is a possibility, but just like I mentioned, it's extremely difficult to measure something which is happening 30, 40, 50, 100 feet below into a very small hole which is hardly 5.5, 6 inch in diameter. So developing quantitative data itself is very difficult. We did try to talk with the few of the IITs and few of the government labs, but they also showed their inability in giving us any kind of a measurement of how much is the recharge. Yeah. Everybody went by the empirical or the qualitative or the outcome basis, formula based kind of thing. But yes, nonetheless, we are working on development of such contraption which will provide us, at least in few locations where the envisaged recharge is measured, and then certain kind of a assessment is done about the percentage of probability of that empirical formula based recharge, whether it's happening or not. So
do you know what threshold there has to be to make it viable to at least measure? Similar for you as well. Do you know these thresholds? For you, what amount of plastic is above a certain threshold that it makes sense to explore it to a further level? Same for you.
So actually it costs money, one certain of
how much?
Yeah, it will cost upwards of 5 to 10 lakh rupees just to measure in, let's say, 10 bore wells, for example. Second of all, no customer wants to measure it because for him, if he gets more water for longer duration, he is happy. So, there are no compulsions on the customer side as well in terms of generation of data, facts or evidence. Thirdly, there are no ISO standards, unfortunately, neither in India, outside as well, in terms of just the groundwater recharge part of it. So, benchmarking ourselves compared to any other standards, again it's next to impossible. Sometimes I feel that we have developed, we are into an extremely new or a nascent or a completely new vertical we are developing. It's an advantage, but it's a huge disadvantage as well, because nobody wants to believe you. They want to see data, facts, numbers. That too, it has to be again authorized by some government or by some IIT or somebody of that stature. Only then they say, okay, possibly. And again, that's where actually the struggle starts. That's only the first step of the adoption of the technology. Then comes the actionable projects, and then the finance part of it, just like what Malini said. So it's a long process, certainly. But yes, I certainly agree that some sort of a certification, some sort of output based, number based, data based evidence should be generated, maybe by some institute of repute, and then possibly that can open the doors for us.
Okay, Rashid, the final question to you. I'll focus a bit on the principles of diversity and inclusion. You work with marginalized communities, working in manual scavenging. I see you have impacted already 1700 manual scavengers. What is the pathway for the next 5 years? what are the challenges in trying to impact these scavengers, manual scavengers, or earlier manual scavengers, now robo handlers now?
Yeah. So actually on the next 5 years, our first dream is like not the 5 years also. In the next, at least by next 3 years, we want to implement the robot across all states of our country, and in the next 5 years, we want to ensure that at least one robot is there in every cities of our country. That's the number one. And yeah, and the number two, which I would like to say about the changing the life of the sanitation workers. Obviously, there are around we received the data that around 4 to 5 million manual scavengers are there in our country. So that is a big task for us to do alone. So as the Raviji has mentioned, so we are also looking forward such a collaboration where we can take more people. So because they already having a pool of 50,000 people are already with them, and where they are already training them. So maybe we can just work out under something like giving a placement for them, placement drive, something like that, which we used to see in the college. So right now,
you want to cut down the training time?
Training time that we can cut down, and we can impact more people. So that's one thought which I would like to have. And likewise, definitely we would like to collaborate with such organizations and NGOs who are actively working on impacting the life of the sanitation workers. So that at least in the next 5 years, we can definitely, at least we can change the lives of all these sanitation workers.
Thank you. Malini, last question to you. Now, a lot of these innovations in these spaces, in environmental action, in WASH, do have potential to create green livelihoods in terms of waste management, in terms of manual scavenging. What is your advice to any such startups who work with these communities, trying to in some ways create new jobs or lead to income increase? What is your advice to these startups?
No, I think any organization, whether it is in the social sector or not, in today's world has to be sensitive about incorporating the GESI framework, or now in fact the GEDSI, that's gender equity, diversity, social inclusion framework. So most funders insist on it, and whether they insist or not, we must incorporate that lens, and that goes pretty much into green jobs as well. Absolutely welcome move and great priority for us. My only point here is at times, particularly when it comes to livelihoods, we tend to assume that whatever we are doing with our very well-intentioned initiatives will actually lead to positive outcomes. I think it's very important to keep an eye open for unintended outcomes as well. I'd like to give an example here to explain what I'm saying. For example, it's, providing jobs for women in maintenance of, say, public toilets is something which obviously is a welcome move because it is job creation. But it's also important to, and it is assumed that this initiative would contribute to women empowerment. But it is important to understand that in the first place, did that girl really want that job? She was at home and now she's sitting in a public toilet for the entire day. Was she asked? So if she was asked if she wants the job, whether the money that she's earning is actually coming to her, if these two things, is she happy about it? Socially, is she being looked down upon, or her stature in the society amongst her friends has gone up? So these are things which we need to be sensitive about, and we often do not, because we count in terms of so many jobs created, so many women engaged. So my only point is, and this might be a small point, but it is important to look at the potential unintended consequences of what we are doing.
Thank you. Ravi, last question to you. Do you have a trajectory of how many startup innovations you want to support in the coming years?
I can say I want to see at least 10 successes.
10 successes.
Yeah.
Give him a bigger number, Devansh.
He said 10 successes. I'll make the overall number of startups in my mind only. Yeah. Okay, so that was the final question from my side. I'll open the floor for any questions that there are.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Dr. Vanita Prasad. I am also a founder of startup. So I am working in a biotech sector where I am making microbial consortia to convert this organic matter into biogas. We all know STPs are based on biological systems and they are not performing. So my main goal was to, whatever infrastructure we have, it should work. So that is the focus of the startup. But since I am doing this part, and there are other people, I am trying to collaborate, but I wanted to get all of you, your opinion, how we should come together and give this solution, because water is a very big, very broad kind of subject, and no one startup can solve this issue. So how all the startups which has been supported by various ecosystem, we are also supported by the ecosystem, we can come together and really make an impact. As Malini ji was telling, we need to scale up.
I think we can discuss this offline as well. But as a friendly suggestion, I would suggest that there is a lot of work that organizations like BIRAC and Department of Biotechnology are already doing. They have specialized incubator that focus on agri-biotechnology or biotechnology as well, because there you will find the kind of ecosystem that you need.
No, my question is not developing the product. I have already developed product. I have done demonstration. I am also an Amrit, this thing where they have matched me with the municipality. My question is to scale up from here, where to go and how to go, and how we as startups can come together and give a better solution. So as I was discussed with ma'am, we need a platform. That's my request as startup to this ecosystem, that whatever you have supported some startups to pilot, and that's what we were discussing for past 1 hour, that how we need to scale. So can we startups come together and scale? Is it a solution?
I think at this point what I can say is this: there is a necessity, because a lot of startups in a lot of areas do work, but there is no centralized repository or an ecosystem to facilitate connections.
That's my request.
At this point, this is all I can answer. I'm sorry, it might not be an adequate answer.
No, not sorry. I just wanted to put up this point.
No, I totally comprehend and I actually understand, because I work with multiple startups across multiple sectors. Probably I, after 1 year, also lose track of what they are doing at this point, which is a struggle for me as well. But thank you for bringing up this question. Any other questions, please?
I just want to add one more thing to Madam. So actually, as per my understanding, right now the Ministry of Commerce, especially the Deputy Secretary Sir, I think has creating some forum for the same to connect to all the startups. So just Anil Kumar sir only just heading for that part. So I think inside that program, so whoever connected for this forum here in this conclave, so I think can be added over there. I think that will be much better from you.
Thank you. I think that is something to lead.
Yeah, that can be. You can share that with us. So there is one more difficulty when we are going to, like, I don't know about you all, but when we are going to municipality and these cultures, same thing that you have demonstrated somewhere, at what scale, because the scale municipality has and the industry has is a bigger challenge, and that is also one of the gap which we need to really see how as startups we can fulfill that. That is one more point.
Yeah, that is, to be frank, on the Indian ecosystem, it is not that much as possible. If we, whatever we say on this podium, that is a different thing. But on the practical side, we may need to give most of, we can say that 70 to 80% we may need to give the demonstration. Other than like 20 to 30% normally, if they might be convinced with the video, or sometimes these officials will come to our working locations as well. So that could also happen. We can invite them to our locations, see that, for example, if it's like in a big product or like in a expensive to transport from one location to another locations. For example, I'm sitting in, my product is in Kerala, and if I want to show the demonstration here in Delhi or in Jammu, it might be on the travel cost itself, it will cost around 2 lakhs or something. Yeah. So at that time we can invite them. Maybe it's just like some thousands only what may take, and that's already that municipality is used to have that travel. So in that way also, I think we can may work out. That's another option we can think of.
Actually, for an example, I remember when Rahul sir used to make a presentation 1.5 years back, his animation was not that good. It was very simplistic. initially it was harder to understand when presentation what the board charger does. But now if you look at it, he has 5 slides just step by step trying to explain what the innovation really does and what impact it creates for that specific system. I think that is something that he has worked on probably in the last time I saw his presentation and today I saw his presentation. There's a vast difference in how he is explaining his technology through animation as well. Thank you. Any other questions?
Hello. I would like to pose 3 questions to all the 3 presenters of the innovations and technology part. Mr. Rahul Bagre is my friend for the past 10 years. Whether a casing pipe is inserted into a borewell, sir, drilled borewell, in the hard rock portion or in the loose soil portion, sir?
So typically the driller goes up to the first hard rock layer, then he drills at least 5 to 10 feet inside it, and then he puts the casing pipe in there, because the borewell casing pipe also needs some kind of a strong footing. So he goes little bit inside the hard rock as well.
Normally in the loose soil portion only the casing pipe is inserted into the borewell.
Correct.
Just to make the borewell it's not silted. The hard rock portion, if you drill again inside the casing pipe to the soil, will the water come? That is my question, sir. Also, instead of doing that, why not we can use a pre-perforated casing pipe inserted, instead of inserting that machine making a hole. That is my suggestion, sir. We can reduce the cost involved, sir.
Fantastic question. To answer your first question, actually the borewell driller doesn't stop when the soil actually ends, right? Typically under the soil there is a highly fragmented rocks, then there is a fragmented rock, and there is a compact rock, right? So that's why he goes into the at least 5 to 10 feet inside the hard rock layer as well. So basically if we perforate the casing pipe at certain horizon, then basically only water from those hard rock fractures comes into the borewell, not from the soil. So thereby the siltation doesn't happen. And to answer your second question, yes, slotted pipes are available, but unfortunately they are 3 to 4 times costlier than the impervious casing pipe. Second of all, the driller doesn't have a wherewithal where to put at a hydrogeologically appropriate depth, where to put this perforated pipe, because if it's put across the entire unconfined aquifer, a lot of soil and silt can go into the borewell. So these are 2 of the reasons. And third is basically there are already 4.5 to 5 crore borewells already existing without a perforated pipe. So what those borewells, that infrastructure should do, because if we try to take that pipe out and try to put a perforated pipe, then the borewell will just collapse. So that's why the casing pipe cannot be taken out. So whatever we have to do in situ. So what we are doing is that we are just perforating the casing pipe in situ without taking it out, or without and that too for an existing infrastructure which is failing and has become a non-performing asset.
Wonderful. So my next question to Mr. Aziz, thank you so much. As Dr. Masilkar was telling in the morning session that innovation, passion and what is the next word?
Innovation, passion and action.
No, another
action.
Perseverance. I am very much appreciating your efforts in giving a good job, dignified job for the sanitation workers in India. But whenever I come across such a robotic for cleaning our manholes, you should not use it, maybe mason hole. What is the cost involved? Because the cost involved itself is a lot of investment is required. If I like to introduce in Trichy city, it is costing. But I don't know about what kind of guarantee is given for the operation and maintenance like that.
Sure. So there is a little more lengthy to tell you on that. So the thing is, like, if we take about the efficiency, there are 2 aspects that we need to discuss here. One is that on the financial part, what you mentioned. Other is like obviously the life part. So coming to the first part on the financial comparison. So there are a bunch of people, a group of people used to go to one manhole, cleaning one manhole. And for cleaning one manhole, there are around 5 to 6 people. Like it's a group of people, they will be going, okay. And then one person is going inside the manhole, they will be cleaning around 10 minutes maximum, they can stand inside the manhole, 10 to 15. After that first person will come outside, because the thing is like, if they stand beyond that, they will get suffocation and they will die inside that. So what they will be doing is like, then the next person is entering. So like that, for cleaning one manhole, around 5 to 6 person will be engaged, and another around 2 to 3 hours minimum it will be taking. So the efficiency is very lesser. And if you take with the robotics, so the difference is like only 2 to 3 persons only required, only one operator and 2 supporting staff what we required. So the entire thing will be cut down by 50% with an efficiency, increased efficiency, where we can clean a manhole within 20 to 30 minutes. So we can say that in 3 hours of time, which they normally used to do, we can clean around, at least we can say that 6 to 7 manholes we can clean. And likewise, in a day we can clean up to 10 manholes. Where if it's in a comparing with a manhole manual workers, then it will be like around, we can say that 2 manholes or hardly 3 manholes. So that is the 2 differences. So, and if we compare, or if we compare in the way that we have also taken the statistics on the financial comparison we have done, and within a sub-collector only, with the person who implemented in his city. So what he found is like, within 15 to 18 months, he is meeting the ROI what he is going to invest on the robotic technology. So that is the number one. And every municipality is having the capacity to run their O&M part, like deploying more people. So they are automatically getting a profit out of it. So that's the number one. And the other part is like, if we compare such things with the human life also, because every human death, the corporation need to pay a penalty of 10 lakhs to their family as per the MS Act 13. So even so, today I told you now, one accident happened, 2 persons died. So 20 lakhs that the government need to pay to them. And apart from that, it is as an illegal, the district collector or the commissioner who will be liable. But normally it is not taking in that level. But as per the law, they should be penalized under that law. So that is another part of it.
Okay. My third question is very simple one to Mr. Aditya. What is the processing unit cost, sir? You are talking about the conversion of waste into material, concrete material. What is the cost of one processing unit?
Yeah, so the processing unit or the per kg of the material processing?
The processing unit you are telling, you can establish such a processing unit in our.
So it depends on the scale from tons per, like what capacity you are establishing, 1 ton per day to 10 ton per day to like 20 tons per day. The module can be different. The module which is commercially viable comes at 5 tons per day. Now what happens is, if you consider the cost of turnkey project, it can anywhere range between around 2 CR to 3 CR overall. But the return on investment from the product which is being manufactured and sold into market at a lesser price will be around 3 years. So that justifies the cost. Yeah, this is a high startup cost business that you can understand, because it's a manufacturing. You are basically transforming material into a different material with bunch of set of machines and production line. So it's a high capex oriented business. So yeah, that is there. But in terms of the return on investment, it justifies the cost, and the cost of manufacturing is also justifies. For example, M30 grade of concrete paver block, the current SOR rate, schedule of rate, is at around 39 rupees a square feet. We supply the same paver block at 35 rupees a square feet from current unit. And if we scale it up with some municipal corporation, let's say 10 ton, 20 ton on the capacity, I am very sure we can bring it down to 28 rupees, 27 rupees a square feet. So municipal corporation will be saving at least 10 rupees per square feet directly. And if they consider, this is the sales price saving. If they consider the cost price saving, then they will be saving almost 30% more. So that is the difference we try to explain to municipal corporation and urban local bodies.
Wonderful, sir. I think it's a session with innovation, passion and compassion. That was the muscle cause story, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions, or we'll close?
I just had one last
Please.
question and an ask. First of all, thanks to all the presenters. These were excellent presentations. What I would like to know is that since we are speaking about mainstreaming these innovations, one issue that arises in most of the cases is post-implementation support, whether it's on operations or it's on monitoring, regulation, etc. So how these services could be sort of brought together through these associations, or these platforms and provide it to the urban local bodies or the rural Panchayat Raj institutions. And also how the coalition can sort of geographically get the local partners there and work together. There have been excellent ideas from some of the presenters and panelists, but would be great to know how we could scale this up from here. Thank you.
Rashid, do you want to take this?
Yeah. So the thing is like usually how, for example, if we check within a government or in a private entity also, if we implement a solution over there, so normally what happens is like if we implement it for 1 year, normally they will be giving in a contract of 1 year only. But if we given a good performance, the good part with the government entity is that we will get in a good order again. Okay, so it might be like in a 3 years or 5 years order that we can expect from them. The condition will be simple. We have to give the good performance. So to get the first contract from the government will be difficult. So once it's received, I think after that it will be easy.
I will slightly differ from Rashid's point of view from a perspective of tech-based product. So Rashid is product-oriented businesses, so he can provide machines which will of X cost to this something. If I have to do business with the government, I have to come up with a different modus of operandi, because I will come in with a high capex model. They will require some kind of defect liability against the capex if they want to do it. First thing is if they want to do it or not, that is the first question. If they don't, then there is no DFC. But that is very well integrated. They will have this defect liability for at least 5 years until the life cycle you prove that your return on investment or whatever the break even, you give it back to them, or you prove the sustainability of the system. So yeah, they have rules and regulations, measures which they can put in the contracts or tender to very well bind you. But if you are performing in a certain, I would say, efficiency, because in waste management sector, very frankly speaking, the efficiency level is hardly given, even from the perspective of even technology providers, because everybody is so doubtful about the things which can go wrong on a local level. For example, you establish MRF facility and waste is not coming, your human resources going out, your capital cost is going out, different things can happen. So therefore that is what not somebody can commit on the paper. But yeah, with the good ethics, if you do your work on a certain efficiency, and the bureaucrats who are sitting into that local government sees through them with a perspective that these are solving problem for us in certain manners, so they will definitely help you to scale it. That's I think would be in our cases.
Just a last, a very tiny point is on the life cycle cost that he mentioned, because we as an organization also face this challenge when we are promoting nature-based systems. Yeah. Because what happens in a traditional procurement process is that they just compare the capex. They don't see the life cycle operating cost and then make a comparison on the benefits. So I think when we are speaking of standardization, life cycle assessment becomes very, very critical. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a valid feedback.
Devansh, can I just come in for 30 seconds?
Where is this coming from?
Malini, this side.
Okay.
Malini. Okay. Can I come in for 30 seconds?
I am sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, just to respond to Sandhya's point and add on, you know what, even with startups who are providing pure products, they are slowly particularly when the capex is very high, there is a movement towards like a SaaS model where they are not charging the city for the capex, but actually because they, frankly speaking, they feel that the city will not be able to take care of the capital expenditure, the capital product. So there is a tendency to move towards a SaaS model, which I think is a great movement. And the other thing is, I'm going back to the point that I started with in terms of the lens. What are we supporting here? Are we supporting a social enterprise or are we supporting a solution? So because are we looking at enterprise financing or are we looking at project financing? Because if you take it, if you say that my objective is to improve slum sanitation, then I'm not bothered whether it is Rashid or Aditya. Then I'm saying both Rashid and Aditya are required. My objective is slum sanitation. So I project fund it, and therefore transaction advisory, post-implementation support, impact assessment, everything comes as part of it. So I think slowly we need to move the funders to look at project financing and not just enterprise financing, because even if you finance enterprises, like the lady who started the question Q&A session, she will be wondering, okay, I've got funding for this particular project, what next? How do I go next? So that's my one point, that we have to look at maybe project financing instead of enterprise financing to deal with this.
One question to Mr. Rahul. This artificial recharge injection,
Can we please take it offline?
Okay.
We can take it later. I'll facilitate the conversation. No worries. I'm sorry, we are out of time now. Yeah. Thanks a lot. I want to thank all the panelists. Mitali, please.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. That was an interesting session. Yeah, we can take the conversation offline, sir. Yeah. Thank you, all the panelists. And now we break for tea. And please return back to this hall because the next session would be over here only. Yeah. Thank you. Tea will be outside. Welcome back, everyone. We now have a session that will close the loop for all the three discussions that were talked about, the overarching theme, Wash in the Future. The session will be moderated by Ms. Natasha Patel, CEO, India Sanitation Coalition. Ms. Natasha Patel is a seasoned banker with 30 years of work experience in the financial service industry in India and overseas. Since 2018, Natasha has been solely focused on working in the development sector, and her contributions to creating a strong dialogue with the private sector, especially corporates and financial services organizations, and their participation in WASH are well recognized and showcased in the Lighthouse initiative, where lighthouses are being created for solid and liquid waste management in partnership with the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. As panelists, we have Mr. Manoj Gulati, Regional Director, South Asia, Water.org, who moderated the session on WASH financing. Mr. Manoj has been with Water.org for the last 6 years and was recently promoted to the role of Regional Director of South Asia. With 25 years of experience in the finance sector, he has previously worked with premier institutions such as Sight Life as the Senior Director of Strategic Initiative, Asia. We also have with us Mr. Prabhakar Lingareddy, Executive VP and Head Social Investments, ITC, who was the moderator of this session on climate resilient WASH. With over 34 years of experience, Mr. Prabhakar specializes in performance management, compensation management, leadership and talent development, and sustainability. He has been working with ITC for the last 16 years and was promoted as the Executive VP and Head of Social Investments in 2020. Last but not the least, we have with us Mr. Devansh Peshin, Manager Program Partnerships, Will Grow, who moderated the session on innovations and technology. Devansh is a detailed-oriented partnerships professional who is passionate about bringing about sustainable social change, working at the intersection of innovation, entrepreneurship, and ecosystem development. He is experienced in working on diverse projects ranging from incubation, acceleration, impact investing, education tool development, among others. Over to you, Natasha, ma'am.
Good afternoon and welcome back for this last and summary session. I can see that we have a lot of blank spaces, but I know that each of the individual sessions were really run well. I got some really solid feedback on each of your breakout sessions, so thank you again for finding the courage to come back for this last summary session. This is a really important session because my colleagues here who are moderating each of these sessions, will talk about their, what they've heard at these sessions, what the speakers were saying, more importantly, what the participants said, and what we are now going to take back as action plans for the India Sanitation Coalition and its partners going forward. I know that at least on the finance one, where I was present with Manoj, the feedback has been very, very ambitious, if I can call it that. And I was just thinking in my head, dear God, if they expect us to do all this, it's a really tough and steep hill to climb. But I'm very, very excited. So I'm sure the other two, Nena talked to me about yours as well as yours, and she said that they were really excellent panels as well. So I'm sure that all of you are excited to hear what is what was said in all these three breakout sessions. I'm going to start with Prabhakar first, maybe. Yours was climate, right, Prabhakar? So can you share with us exactly what your thoughts are in terms of the 2 hours that you spent with the team there, and also what you believe should be the actions going forward on from the climate perspective?
Thank you, Natasha. So we didn't realize how 2 hours actually flew. Very often you think 2 hours kaise time nikalenge karke, and before you realized it was already sort of 2 hours. So I think that explains the intensity with which all the panelists participated. And to me also the other very encouraging and positive sign, while the number of participants in the hall were not very large, but through body language you can make out that each one of them was very, very actively engaged and listening to the deliberations. It was not just a physical presence, but actually connecting with the deliberations. So for the benefit of others, the panelists that I had a very diverse panel. So I had Romit from HSBC, Sunil Kumar, Dr. Sunil Kumar from NIRI, Asad Umar from Aga Khan Foundation, Dr. Ligi Philip from IIT Madras, and Sahil Sharma from Water for People. So it was a very diverse set of panelists. We started off by actually first looking at what do we mean by climate resilient. And as we said, let's actually first get a hang of what does it entail. Two things that came out was climate, when we are looking at from a WASH perspective or any other aspect, it's a combination of the climate hazards and the vulnerability of the society and community. It is this combination and the multiplier effect of these two together is what sort of creates a climate risk. Then we also looked at what do we mean by resilience, and we felt that resilience will be felt when the best happens in a good situation or you minimize the damage or losses in a bad condition, and therefore how do you sort of keep the standard of deviation very, very narrow. So the way we structured our thoughts was we said what are those two main elements when we are looking at climate. One was water, the other was emission, and that is where Asad touched upon the aspect of how water contributes to WASH and how a good WASH impacts the water. We had Dr. Sunil Kumar then talking of how waste management contributes to emissions and how we need to look at the whole carbon footprint across the value chain or supply chain that we would want to call. Then we said we can talk everything, but it has to be ultimately implemented on ground, and that would mean people, and that's where we looked at what is the capacity creation, capability building models, and that's where Sahil shared in terms of how they are going about in terms of involving the community both for adaptation and mitigation. We knew that there is an entire session on technology, but we still wanted to hear from Ligi as to what role technology can play in climate risk, and she shared some very, very interesting examples of what IIT Chennai professes and more importantly how they have actually implemented within the campus. And finally, Romit in a way helped me put everything together and looked at how could we design climate smart interventions or climate resilience. So that's broadly was the flow. Coming to some of the key aspects that we discussed and which in turn lends themselves to sort of action points, and I think Sanjeev has walked in at just the right moment because a lot of action points he actually noted and he said you sort of put my plate full. I think the biggest challenge that all of us are grappling is the siloed thinking and siloed approach. Very often it is still fragmented in terms of our thought, design elements and the entire spectrum of activities. What I mean by siloed is while there is some sort of an integration happening at the government level in terms of how the cabinets are structured, but actually when you come down to ground, people look at toilets separately, water separately, waste management separately, and each one is pursuing action plans in their respective areas. But where is that convergence happening? I think that's extremely critical because each one feeds into each other. And in the absence of that convergence, today it's becoming a vicious cycle. I'll blame water for something else, waste will blame water. So each one is sort of going round in circles. Challenge and the action area for us is how do we convert this vicious circle into a virtuous circle where each one feeds into each other in terms of helping get the best. And this is where I am looking at synergy in terms of 1 + 1 becoming 3. The second aspect which came out was if you are talking of climate risk or climate resilient WASH interventions, I think a key element is inclusivity. There are different sections of society, and many of our interventions, again starting from mindset to execution, we are still not entirely focused on inclusion, whether it's women, next generation, and today diversity is getting much more broader, whether it's people with differently abled or other genders, etc. There is a need to mainstream them in all the interventions, and therefore how does inclusivity get called out explicitly as a design element? To a certain extent it happens today when you're looking at toilets, we would say a child friendly toilet or a toilet which is for women, etc. But how do we get much more deeper? It then led to the whole issue of access. Now, access again had multiple dimensions. I think the first and foremost access that we debated and deliberated quite significantly was the access to the contributory resources, which in this case was water. How nothing will work unless there is access to water, and more importantly water that is safe and clean. And today the big challenge is water may be available but not available on a sustained basis, or even if it's available, it's not in a safe and clean manner. So that was one access in terms of resources, natural resources. The second aspect of access that came out was in terms of other players in the ecosystem who can help make the entire value chain stronger. Again, there are different pockets. Somebody is working on technology, somebody is working on finance. It's more at a conceptual level, or it's more at industry body levels, association levels. How do we sort of get that whole ecosystem get created at the village level or wherever we are trying to implement? And how, let's say a Gram Panchayat, if it's there, how can it have access to all these enabling ecosystem partners or stakeholders? The third aspect of access which sort of came out was data. And what it was felt was, if you are looking at inclusivity, unless you have data which shows how absence or presence of an intervention is impacting that particular section of the society, they will not get into what's in it for me. I will not understand what is the pain area for them. So where is, for example, is there a data on how poor sanitation or poor wash interventions has an adverse impact on differently abled? The moment that sort of data is available, then insights can come and actions can be generated. So how do we look at impact data in a much more stratified manner rather than a very generic top headline number per se? Once the access to that sort of data is there, things would be much more easier. The last part of access was more in terms of protocols. Protocols, it could be as simple as protocols on how a STP should be constructed or should be maintained. It could be protocols of when would you call a wash intervention climate resilient. Is there a defined protocol for that? And in that context, we again sort of discussed is when we are looking at lighthouse, can we explicitly also look for how inclusive is the lighthouse intervention in that particular Gram Panchayat? Is it really sort of catering to all sections of the society? And is there participation from all sections of this? One is benefiting, but is there also participation? So that's one aspect that came out actually. The aspect of data and research came out in another context also, is when we talk of risk. We again just mention risk as to the nature of risk, but can we quantify that risk in all our communications, etc.? Because anything that is quantifiable, if I say a drought will impact, wash out the sanitation facilities because of flooding, etc., what is the consequent impact of that risk? If that consequent impact of risk is shared and internalized, there could be that sense of urgency for action. And it's more from that perspective that quantification of risk becomes extremely important. There was another one, and I think that's again a space that we should be looking at, and Romit touched upon this aspect of just transition. We today focus on rural or urban, and very often urban it would be the top 15 metros, etc. But lot of erstwhile rural areas are slowly and gradually getting urbanized, and these are still in the nascent stages of urbanization. And that is where probably we need to also focus and have a very differentiated approach, which could be a mix of what you do in urban and rural, or something very, very different that needs to be sort of attempted, rather than having a one-size-fits-all template called as urban per se. And it also lends itself, since it is still in the process of urbanization, and if it is a build-up to rural, how do you sort of create those building blocks which can then sort of leverage the whole process? That was something very interesting, and I thought it makes a lot of sense when we are looking at urban planning per se. And that could also lend itself to a lot of solutions that are actually being explored, which may not be very, very conducive to large metros, but can be very, very easily be feasible and can be implemented in some of the smaller towns per se. So if I were to sort of really summarize, and I am sort of using the climate acronym per se to summarize some of the key these things. But before I summarize, the other thing that ultimately came out was it's all about mindset. And that work takes a lot of time, but if the mindset shift happens, then things start happening much, much faster. And for that to happen, I think there is a big task at hand for all of us. How do you pick up this oasis or bright spots across the length and breadth of the country? Something like what we have done today in terms of the award winners. There are many, many more things. And we were discussing what is it that has sort of thrown so many award winning entries from Orissa. And I believe year after year. So there's something that is going extremely well there, which is sort of creating this type of things. So how do we identify and showcase? Because one of the participants was talking about public space, toilets in public spaces. We all talk of private spaces or in villages, homes, etc. Now the reality is a lot of work is happening in that space, but probably we have not amplified about it. And I think that is where each one of us as individuals, as corporates, as institutions, I think we need to do much, much more work on amplifying and bringing them to limelight so that they can inspire, but more importantly they can, and I was referring to this, is the whole in most of our conversations we invariably bring in the word but. Now if you have to eliminate that word but, you need to have this inspiring stories and showcases to say no, it is and. And that's, to me, I think is one key action point that we need to look at. So just to summarize, if you sort of look at it from a acronym, convergence, I think is key. Convergence of thoughts, convergence of strategies, convergence of action, convergence in design. The whole aspect is on convergence. The second thing is going to the last mile. I think unless we start sort of involving the last mile, so bottoms up becomes extremely critical if you are looking at climate resilience. Third is innovation, which again is something that if you recall, Natasha, we were actually thinking, can we have one more panel on innovation actually, and I think only when we are much more deep down we could do justice, but it's clearly coming out. We want newer ways of looking at things. Fourth very interesting thing that's coming out is we need a much more methodical approach, and an approach where there is a lot of focus on measurements also, because ultimately what gets measured gets reviewed, and therefore what gets reviewed gets done. So how do we imbibe this methodical approach, incorporating measurements at every stage, is something that's critical. The A for us was really access, and as I said, access of multiple access, And it is this accesses which can actually give us an assurance of things being done on a much more sustained manner. Technology came out as, again, one more dimension, which I will leave it to the other panel to sort of share. And the last E that really was on excellence. I think if you are doing any of these things, the hallmark and focus has to be on excellence, execution excellence. Otherwise, we'll be doing huge disservice to all the narratives and discussions that are happening, and we will create more cynicism and skeptics rather than actually creating ambassadors. And very often we miss out on that aspect of execution excellence, thinking that ho jayega. But the damage of not having an excellence in your model is far more deeper than not sort of focusing on that. And I think if you are able to sort of focus on these dimensions, and that's where I again look at WASH, what will you get? I think you will get a winning society. I think ultimately we have to look at how can the society be a winning society, a society that is aspiring, a society that is sustainable, and a society which is actually healthy on all fronts. So that's what I would look at climate WASH.
Thanks, Prabhakar. That's really very, very inspiring, I must say. You obviously had a fantastic session.
Thanks to the panelists.
Yeah, I have to say, great inputs. I think the one piece that I've taken away from here, which maybe I hadn't focused on earlier, was maybe the excellence part. I think we're still struggling with WASH, we're still struggling at a very early stage in our development, and excellence is like a very far off beacon. But you're right, one has to keep that in focus if we have to reach it. So thanks again.
It's not an end goal, but it should get into a design element.
Into the design elements right from the beginning. You're absolutely right, yeah.
And I think it came out in a way when Dr. Mashelkar was saying, when he looked at the assured framework,
right.
In a way it's translating to excellence.
Excellent.
It is that conviction that what they are doing is excellent is actually made them the winners.
Yeah, yeah. No, good. Thank you so much. You know what, I'm going to maybe ask the audience if they have any questions that they want to ask this moderator. If you feel that there could have been other areas that may have been covered in under climate, which you were expecting to see, and then maybe we'll go to the next
or maybe what we could do, Natasha, because there could be something that would have come up in
the
maybe
other
you're
right,
panelists.
yeah, okay.
And
is everyone okay with that?
Gaps.
We'll go through all three reflections and then, yeah? Is everyone okay with that? Yeah? Okay, good. Right. So I'm going to come to you, Devansh, next, because I love to keep finance for the last. Yeah, tell us about what you heard, what you felt, what your, what for you came through with regards to technology and innovation.
So my panel as a background was comprised of one, Ravi Bhatnagar from Reckitt, a corporate, Athena Infonomics, Malini, who has a more academic background, and three innovations, all different in their own way. One, okay, better? One working in the space of waste to value, converting plastic waste, demolition waste into a construction material. One working specifically in the waste of waste management, which is reducing manual scavenging, having robotic systems that go into machine holes, as what they are called now. And one specifically working in water recharge. What has come out essentially is, as it's an industry adage of old, as first you have invention, where you have a technology development. Innovation is when there is a business model or market realities that are contextualized to an innovation, and then there is a diffusion. At early stages of diffusion, you are dependent on the better angels of people, some good commissioners, some good CSR folks, but that is not a model that can be templatized. So what was seen to be lacking in some of the startups, and what the corporates and what Malini also reflected, was how do we have a standardized framework of evaluating a startup. Let's say there are multiple startups working in this fecal sludge model. How can one say that this is the best one? Someone like a Mahua, if it has to direct to someone, it needs to know what is the framework on which this has been evaluated with a longer term scope over multiple years of time. One is that. how if corporates have to take stewardship from the government in terms of supporting more innovations, how do they evaluate the impact of these innovations? Because in the initial years, innovations don't create a lot of impact. So how do we contextualize that in terms of a metric like a social return on investment that can be carried through, and that on which basis you can evaluate what is the kind of impact being created? That is another one. It was also came out of the multifaceted role of corporates, not just as a funder, but someone who can then disseminate technologies as well. If you are nurturing innovations, let's say someone like a corporate like Reckitt who is doing a lot of implementation projects, the innovations that have been nurtured over a 1 or 2 year period can then be deployed at scale by these corporates, either that, or what is criminally lacking in this ecosystem is awareness about these innovations. I want to point out just a small example. Everyone has a bias that international audiences show India in a specific light. There's Business Insider, which is a YouTube channel, which has a series on called Worldwide Waste, which videos are around 4 million, 5 million for Indian startups. We had recently reached out to those, and they wanted to do videos on 5 startups, and they were surprised that no one is coming forth to them to pitch these ideas, because there is obviously people wanting to know, but there is obviously a gap. Now these gaps startups cannot fulfill because they don't have the wherewithal. Ecosystem players like FICCI, and there are other associations of commerce as well, will have a crucial role to play in awareness of these technologies, and some of the multinational corporates can even disseminate these technologies outside the boundary languages of a country. Another interesting facet that has come out, that in terms of finance as well or revenue offsets, is the startups have tried to explore plastic and water credits. It's expensive to get into it. Measurement is expensive, so measurement of impact has come out to be a key area where, especially for waste, it's easy what all waste you are doing, but metrics that are evaluated based on some formulas, let's say how much water is being recharged or how much carbon is being mitigated. Standardization has to be there if you want to get into these offset markets, or at least have a role to play in showcasing the actual impact that you are creating on ground, which is a large barrier in terms of these startups having some initial traction to really making it big. And this is my appeal to all. Let's not hope that any of these will become unicorns. Let's have a terminology that if a startup saves 100 billion liters of water, that's a unicorn in the water space. We should have these kind of terminologies for these kind of startups.
Yeah. So you're basically talking about a redefinition of...
Yes, because I heard earlier that when you are going to become a unicorn, these startups are not going to become unicorns. These are startups that are going to become better than unicorns because they'll actually impact the lives of people on a much larger scale than the unicorns we see in newspapers today. So there are these gaps in terms of monitoring of the impact that is being created, creating awareness about these innovations, and dissemination of these innovations that needs to be played a lot by the corporates, the industry bodies, as well as a lot of ecosystem enablers like incubators as well. Yeah.
Thanks, that's really good. I think the whole concept of creating a framework for what a startup should look like kind of incorporates everything that you've said afterwards, right? So if that framework was to be created, was to be universally accepted, then it would be easier also for those coming into the startup sector to take the jump. I'm sure that given the complexity of of WASH, it becomes very hard for people to also want to put their toes into that space because it's kya milne wala hai isme se.
Actually, I want to point out 3 years ago we would not touch WASH. Incubators would not touch WASH because VCs, venture capitalists, till date do not touch WASH.
Touch WASH, right?
Yeah.
So good. I think that's really insightful. Yeah. Okay. So, are you going to create the framework for us? No, I just want to know because then
we'll be happy to. I don't have any other answer, but say yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Excellent. So we have one commitment here already, right? Excellent, excellent. Okay. Thanks, Devansh. Let's turn to the finance panel now. You've got to stitch this all up together for us, okay? Where's the money going to come from to do all this?
We want to develop the framework.
No, this is just fantastic. I thought we had a great time. I think you guys had even better time than us. So I was really impressed, Devansh, by your panels, the near-con idea to have a water corn rather than having a unicorn. Fantastic. We made the most of our 2 hours, and surprisingly it went very fast. We started the conversation in a very simplistic way of just validating between ourselves as a group. We had panelists who had actually doing wash lending to understand what is the, is this a concept that we are talking which is alien? Is it something which is just one-off? Luckily, we had on our panel Purvi from Pehel, who's last year's award winner, ISC award winner for financial institutions. So we had a level of confidence that we are coming in with. And the journey was pretty good. I mean, it showed that 99% repayment rates, there's around 3% of her portfolio was there. And the way the woman would undertake a change in their lives when they would realize that this is not, if it is not income generating, it is definitely income enabling as a concept. It allows you to have, you and your families have better health, better education, better livelihood opportunities, just having the access to this. And COVID was a little bit of a challenge, but very quickly that is also now moved forward to it. And we were lucky to have, along with that, Bonani, who was from NAB Smriti, which is part of NABARD, the lending arm to it. And again, it gave us a sense of the confidence that is there at the term lending level, at the larger level for when they're bulk lending it to other institutions. Is there an opportunity for them? And the answer was yes, not just for large institutions, but even for very small micro institutions that are taking it. Bottom line, wash borrowing is impact creating, and it is something which is for financial institutions to look at it seriously, because the returns are there for them. It's not a risky proposition. We then got into more details about getting into the MSME space, because a lot of it is at the household level, the impact has happened. The MSME level still remains, for wash in particular, remains a challenge, both in terms of the number of, the way it is perceived in most cases. Generally MSME, and one of the comments was, generally MSME is considered as an unorganized sector. But within the unorganized sector, people look at it in finding some kind of, within them, finding a rational within the madness. So finding the clusters, finding solutions that by which they can evaluate it in a much more effective way. Wash doesn't have that. And that makes it, it's very dispersed in its way it is. If you have ring manufacturing, just as an example, if you're having ring manufacturers, you're not going to have all the ring manufacturers in one part of the country. You'll have it dispersed. So it becomes a different, it's not an easier way to look at it. That's one of the issues to come into it. The MSME then also went into the idea of, how do you create a better value chain out of it? And looking at it from not just one-off attempts, but what is the entire ecosystem for that we are trying to solve, and where are the financing needs along the way. We got into a little bit of also into assessing the CSR funding pools, because that's another source of it. And one thing which came out very clear was that CSR funding at best can only be catalytic in nature. You cannot create large solutions which are sustainable out of CSR pools. So you can pilot it, you can help in creating it, and then it has to have an alternative solution. And along with the government solutions, one of the key question was, is that enough to have just with a lot of government funds that are available for both SBM and JJM, what is the big picture to it coming? And the answer was, you've got to plan and you have to create that sustenance in your models as you're building it. If you're not doing it, then you've kind of 3 years down the road, when your CSR pool is over, at that time you can't say, I'm sorry, but we are going to another project and we don't have an alternative solution. That's like you already created a problem for yourself. How do we do that? Is by making sure that they understand that eventually ownership and bank linkages, financial linkages are their responsibility. There was a question which we then we went about is, but CSR funds are when we are looking at it, they are not easily available to get. WASH doesn't get enough CSR funds. And I think one of the earlier comments which Naina raised in the morning was very pertinent to this conversation, that look at WASH as an horizontal. The minute you start defining it in your CSR plan, when you're going for a funding, if you're looking at a larger one, that means WASH is, even if you look from an SDG point of view, it just doesn't touch one SDG. It touches water. Lack of water means gender inequality, it means health, it means education, it means climate. So many things are getting touched through it. And that's when you start making a stronger appeal using this combined lens put together. It's very important for those who are always asking, I don't get enough funds for from CSR. We looked at it also from the whole idea of the lending for MSMEs, the lending rates are high. How do you come to what are the solutions available to build into it? How can interest subventions be brought into place, especially in MSMEs and in infra projects? Can we actually create, for instance, a big part of the conversation was, can we create carbon credits? And just similar to what was being talked about is, we got to measure the impact at every unit level, whether it is at an individual level, and there were some very exciting updates coming along the way of how Gujarat government is moving in that direction. But we have got to look at it from a unit level, for the individual, for the infra, for the MSME, so that those can be then used for, and it's a way, if you look at it, if you start measuring something, and Prabhakar, you talked about it, that if you start measuring that level of your funds can, when you are actually can get your cost of borrowing much lower at it against exchanging those. But one of the major problems in that is we don't have standards, and we need to create those standards back to it. And I think that to me was one of the most standing points for the conversation. If we create it, technology, MSME improves, climate is the beneficiary, the individual and the house and the MSME infra projects are the beneficiary. And we can actually be surplus in that position at one point. And I think we need to integrate those issues now in our policy, and we need to take it to and bring it back to it. I know there's a lot of activity happening in that area, but that's the way to move forward in ensuring that we have. So I want to actually, and we also talked about the idea of having impact bonds, and can we use tax credits or give tax credits, some similar to NHI bonds, and give tax credits to solve the problem. Again, that's innovation from a financial point of view, to establish more funds becoming available complementary to the government's funds that are already being exercised. And we have to recognize the government is doing its part, but the project or the issue is much bigger from a financial point of view. So alternative solutions are required. I want to actually end with something which is close to myself, that it's not important that the person or the individual or the MSME takes a loan. That's not important. What is important is that they have access to credit when they need it. If we give them that, if we stitch that in our framework, it actually solves the problem for emergencies, for when we need to move forward, and it doesn't require us to be dependent on the government for each and everything. Thank you. Back to you, Natasha. Maybe I did half of what you wanted.
No, you said it all. So I think, thanks, Manoj. I think we did have a very, very animated discussion at the finance level. It's always animated with money is concerned. Everyone has a view on money. But I think what was really good was that in this session, there was one very sure, viewpoint that all of us had, which was that this sector needs to have both the government and the private sector. It cannot succeed if only one or the other is going to finance, because the numbers are so vast and the needs are so varied that both have to come together. Now, how they come together, I think we got some really good examples from both Prabhakar and Devansh. We need to actually put all those items, into one pot, if I can call it that, and boil that up to be able to figure out how we're going to do that. I think there are exciting times ahead for us next year. Lots of ideas that I've taken away. What I will do is, for those of you who are interested, we will bring out a small concept note at the end of by the end of this year, which we're more than happy to share on our website. So you can actually get in there and take a look at what ISC's plan is going to be for 2023 and onwards. And that is going to be something that I hope to be able to publish every year from now onwards, because I think transparency is very important. If we consider ourselves as an ecosystem player or a facilitator, which allows for different intermediaries who work in WASH to come together and participate, in this sector, then it's important for us to also establish our timelines for the various actions that we wish to undertake. So please look out for it. It should be out there in the beginning of January. And if you feel that I've left out anything or that there is something else that needs to be included, we are more than happy to get your inputs. So again, thank you very much for being such a wonderful audience today. Look forward to having you all there tomorrow. Tomorrow is a very, very action-packed day, more from an implementation perspective. We've got of course, we've got the unveiling of the compendium, which is important. You've seen the accolades. The compendium is really our best practice sharing that we do every year. And I won't say anything more about it because I know Mithali will get very upset with me. But trust me, this year's compendium is really quite, it's different. It's really taken the compendium up several notches. We also have a very, very interesting discussion around sanitation workers. I think we kind of glossed over that issue this morning because sanitation workers, and I will make no bones about it, is the one big, dirty, dark secret of India. It is something that we should be completely ashamed of having in our country. We talk about it, the newspapers talk about it. We very proudly say, one sanitation worker dies every 5 days, but what is being done about it, right? We can't just blame the government. I think we are equally responsible. You will hear tomorrow from the panel exactly how responsible we as citizens, as a civil society, are in this problem. And I think there are some very eye-opening facts that will come out in tomorrow's panel. So please do come for that. We've got both government and private sector participation there. The next panel is, of course, on plastic waste. Again, another area where we talk about plastic waste as something that we're all focused on. But trust me, there is so little being done about plastic waste that it's laughable. India has to do 100 times more than what it is doing today. So again, very interesting panel. We've got users of plastic waste, we've got generators of plastic waste, and we've also got intermediaries. So the whole value chain of plastic waste will get represented tomorrow, and people are going to be very honest about where they see the challenges. So do come again for that. And then my favorite, the Lighthouse Project, is going to be presented. So we've got some of our partners here who are going to be talking about their experiences. The 75 GPs that Naina mentioned this morning, that is part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, which you all know the country is celebrating. We are expected to deliver these 75 GPs by 31st of March. So that is something that we are all working furiously to be able to complete. But after that, the game plan is over the next 4 years to be able to put in place one block per district as a lighthouse block, so that the district collector can then use that to be able to do the same for the rest of the blocks in his district. That is 733 lighthouse blocks. Now, as you know, the village is the smallest component. Then you have the GP, then you have the block, then you have the district. So there's a lot of work for all of us to do. And just so that you know, the government is committing to 6.6 lakh villages getting solid and liquid waste management facilities in place. Again, a bit of a siloed approach, frankly, if you ask me, but at least that is something to aspire to. So I'm quite excited about that. You'll hear our corporates and our SMDs talking together, so it's a joint approach. And then we have another session, but that's a secret. I'm not going to divulge it today. They will come, they will talk, and it's a very exciting one because this is where we've involved younger members of our society, and they're going to come and debate around a very interesting topic which relates to water and sanitation. So that's the, the agenda for tomorrow. I do hope that I will see you all there tomorrow. So thank you again. बहुत हो गया यार बैठ के खड़े हो I won't bite you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you, guys. Common in all these. Real problems are.
And awareness.
Yeah.
And the solution is everybody finds my answer. There is always